Good morning, Mr. Tahi. This is Shauna in on the call. Thank you.
Yeah, Dave Bennett, Delegate Rick Nays on the call.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Delegate Claude.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson on the call. Morning. You guys hear me?
Morning, Vice Chair Johnson. We have yourself, Delegate Shauna N. Claw, Delegate Ricky Nez, and Delegate Simpson on the call. You have 4 members present, which establishes a quorum.
Rodney, good morning. This is Delegate Otto So. I'm on the line. Thank you.
Morning, Delegate So.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Vice Chair Johnson.
Hello?
Vice Chair Johnson, we can hear you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Vice Chair Johnson. Yes, we can hear you. Madam Chair has arrived.
Yes, we can hear you, Vice Chair.
Okay, I can hear you guys now.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
That's Been how's everyone doing? Committee meetings. So at this point, I'd like to greet everyone. Good morning, honorable colleagues of the Resources and Development Committee on the call, and also callers on the call here this morning. I'd like to go ahead and thank the Navajo Nation Land Department, Mr. Byron Bitsui Shop, to again have us utilize their conference room, and also thank Division of Natural Resources for always allowing Resources and Development Committee to utilize their conference room. So at this point, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:08 a.m., Wednesday, May 10th, 2023. And at this time, Mr. Tahi, could you please take roll call?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resources and Development Committee, the 25th Nomination Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnston.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw.
Shauna Ann Claw, present.
Honorable Shauna Ann Claw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto So.
Here.
Honorable Otto So is present. Madam Chair, you have 6 members available, which establishes the quorum. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Next, I'd like to go ahead and have a volunteer to have us or open this meeting up for invocation here this morning. Members of RDC? In that case, I'd like to ask Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, can you assist us with invocation here this morning, Shanat Ani?
Yes, I can provide invocation.
Shanat Ani, Honorable Otto So, you do have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I was trying to unmute myself earlier, and Shanlini kon be at this land is Chicago. In Chicago, let Cajon Arat A Nances as Arat Ego or Ego kon a Ndahaika, Londa Ade kon Yana when leaning Yazin than it leaning Kodonda Haika. A Kodo A Yahon, and not A Yakon into A Yahot Atodilson. Dojo pa initsin. Istinge yakon is kao in yat elnik dadolit but inita. Aro laben ha halian and such a yan don that yan leni con and net el has da canal tehi. Arib ade out sit and leni beta but zili con is how beta lord on and such a yan leni the hallo. Bab na con ke Adon the yard eho Zanoni Taedebnia, though yard eho koto a fancy kiss or yard eho and if the hiki a yakon into a yape what are into church in. Uncle this string I need this cotton tahaki, nanny clean art so not now cotton dani. Yard ehon his out the deadly yard eho had it edole. Ni ke don he jat ni is ni hinne ni jane lini bi de so ya te on ka ditli yo ne lini don he ka ditli na ka bi hindi wat an ka bi hindi le ba ban na ya te ho nihin kidas todole nihin takis kidas todole aron da nihin nahat kidas todole don da ya ko babet nachet kana ni tlidole aron da hot in is kanich de hot hot ban sikis hat ishin at has unlean kompeke sa kadi kha edot edan da dot lesin za gon da dot even ya ede des gelo koto yan ya chusa Dibik aho ya kon tanare bik aho jon to tidil nehi inni tani tlin dole ko bik aho distingue was a sling. Madam Chair, back to you.
Ashahat shanat ani honorable auto so to the zen kun den jungon ha behain si to sheep and not your banky can just need of kunik a so kun de this non nishita then inigi shaha koto chicago ado ya next on the agenda any announcement members of resources and development committee at this point.
Request to speak, Delegate Nez.
Mr. Honorable Nez, and you do have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Yes, on May 20th, we're having a Armed Forces Day honor walk for veterans. It's south of Farmington on 371 near the Burnham turnoff N5. At that section there, that's where it begins. 27-mile walk. There's going to be horseback riders and then motorcyclists as well. So if you're all available, it goes from there to Nappy and then goes west towards Ojo Amarillo and down the hill to Upper Fruitland to Walter Collins Center. So it's on a Saturday morning and it starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're all welcome to join. Bring your horses or ride your motorcycle, or if you want to walk 27 miles, you're more than welcome to do so to honor our veterans. Thank you. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Nez. That event being slated for Saturday, May the 20th. Is there any other members of the Resources and Development Committee at this point with any announcements? Mr. Rodney Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, my announcement is that tomorrow NABI has the regular meeting scheduled at 10 o'clock via Zoom and at the council chambers. Then on Friday, May 12th, there is a 9 a.m. NABI orientation work session with Division of Community Development on their projects as well. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my announcement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Also, any other members of RDC that has any announcements at this point? Okay, with that, I'd like to go ahead and make a quick announcement that was just shared with me. The Navajo Nation Police Officer Day is this coming Friday on May the 12th. I believe the event is held here in Window Rock, Arizona at the Veterans Park in Window Rock, right adjacent to the President's office. So, what time does it start, Chris? At 9 a.m. So if any of you are in town, we would appreciate your presence this coming Friday. And then one final announcement. On behalf of Resources and Development Committee, I just want to thank everyone here this morning that is present here in person. I got our colleagues, Mr. Tahi and Mr. Mose, and always our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, and also the other legal counsel from Office of Legislative that are always here present at RDC meetings and keeping the members really informed of a lot of the issues and the next steps with a lot of these discussions that we have. Also, to a lot of our listeners on the call here this morning, whether you are employed with the departments under these divisions of the Navajo Nation, three branch government, I also want to sincerely thank you all this morning for your hard work. I know that each of you are dedicated to, pushing your programs forward every day and trying to meet your goals and objectives. It is a big task, especially with the limited staff that we always hear about from a lot of the division directors or even department managers, and why a lot of these projects are falling behind or have not been fulfilled to this point yet. So again, and even everyone that is present here this morning as well in person in the conference room, I'd like to also thank you for your effort and your hard work and your dedication to what you all are tasked to do within these enterprises or entities working with the Navajo Nation or directly working with the Navajo Nation in Chicago. So I just wanted to make that announcement known here this morning. So any other members of Resources and Development Committee that do have any announcements at this point? Okay, next on the agenda, I'd like to go ahead and go to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and have the members of Resources and Development Committee introduce themselves. First up is Vice Chair, Honorable Johnson.
Oh, Yada, Bennett, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Vice Chair.
Good. Good morning, everyone. RDC Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson. I'm on the call this morning. Just want to go ahead and introduce myself. My plans are Madish Bijdi Nishne, Ashkan Hadzo Bashishchin, Anna, Hibishichin, Sinaj, Hibishinella, Ego Dinanishne, Tislebeda Nasha. I want to say good morning to everybody and let's have a great meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. Next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Honorable Shauna Clark. Okay, so I'll go ahead and take it next to Mr. Honorable Rick Nez.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, so Honorable Claw, you do have the floor for introduction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to Vice Chair Johnson and also Shitsui Aroso. Thank you for the prayer this morning. Ado Shanake, Honorable Danny Simpson and Honorable Rick Nez. Good morning. And then also to those that are in attendance, our legislative staff, and then our legislative council. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I am the council delegate for Chinle. Back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw. Honorable Rick Nez, back to you, Shanatani.
Thank you. Ja, det är annat annat men det då är det rotation och den är Washington bandas nishigi rutnezin ja wasanan och zait kachin bashichin chana besneda shichedo kan ani edashmal hat and then slindo San Juan chapter do Lower Fruitland hatna auto ish has stronger chapters banash nishigi Sadak on San Juan in Handa do al Kait East Tosakadot East Dashkish. Back to you, Chair.
Honorable Nez. Next, I'd like to take it to Honorable Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. members of the RDC, Yate Benefit Auto, Chike Chine, the North Ado, the Nisoke, the meeting. Good morning, Tishin. Say Danny Sissinshke, not being Ashka, her from that. Aro Torich in station buses champ. Now, such does not of need to che. Aro 8 chapters one Ashka, her from Nayizi, White Rock, Lake Valley, Vicente, Crown Point, Nandishki, and say, so Yate Benefit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. Next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Honorable Otto So.
Good morning, members of Resource and Development Committee. Otto So in the Shia. Now, Kajanan, Slito, Nanesh, Edit, Tapa, Bashin, Nan Slito, and the Tonanes, Visite, Yap, Bezma, Anensle. I call what ego go and he said, "That was a seat. Oh, yeah, it's been a day. It's not like it all. Call and he talking of funny gate. It is yeah, what yeah."
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto So. Do Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels, Jr. Introduction. Star 6 to unmute.
Good morning to the Macro Chair. It's the honorable members of Resources and Development Committee. Aranana, not on Shingi honest. Aradino, I guess it's a half thing. It's Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know, Shingi, but I don't know, I can't see it as a toilet cleaning, but say. I don't have your edition. I don't know if on or jet or some photo to be in a panashness or that is without the freedom. Thank you, Chair. And Chair.
Shiaj, Honorable Daniels, Audoing the Kuna, Honorable Arviso. Introduction.
Good morning, members of RDC staff, Auto attorney, Auto Donov Kodaisonos Agi. Members of RDC that called in, Stephen Arbiso A. and Shia, since a card in Schlippet on the Ebus chain, touchy ni Edasha Che, Todichi ni Edashanale. A Yambet Ado and the Kitletsosenil, Kobe Whiskan, Bake a hot hay, Nazbasa Ado and the Gloria Jije, A. Aja Ebanash. A. at Nens Littles like I do Yambet Hoka, Biajo, Holia. Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Arviso. Ado Eya Akuna, Legislative Services Staff, Mr. Tahi, Mr. Mose.
Morning, Madam Chair. Those present here, those online, my name is Raji Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Senchikina, and I'm originally from Simba, Arizona. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Mr. Mose?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Chair Leonard Moses, Chair, Twins to the Asha, Shintlong, Hanagani, Bachichin. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mose. And then to our legislative or legal counsel, Ms. Khan.
Good morning. Yate Danasko. Ona and the Shinigi a toy here cleaning the ship, but last year it does. Oh, from Mariana Khan. I work with the Office of.
Yeah. Ado Kuna Eya, Miss Sanlatsta Jim with legislative introduction.
Yeah, this is Sanlata Jim, legislative assistant at the Office of the Speaker. Aro in Schlinigi Ayatsana Bitlin Schle, at Andina Bashichin, at Andina Dashnaleto, Ashihe Dashiche. Good morning, honorable RDC members and guests.
Thank you. And next, I'd like to go to Mr. Calvin Castillo. Star 6 to unmute. Okay, so at this point, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Mr. Mahoja with BIA.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, honorable members of the Resource Development Committee and others in attendance. I'm Greg Mahoja, the Regional Director for BIA Navajo Region. I see that we're not really on the agenda today, but we are here to cover and provide technical assistance as necessary. My team will remain on, but I will probably have to hop on and off for other meetings. But thank you very much for having us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoja, for being on the call, and to Ms. Cheryl Curley.
Oh yeah, they been she hajon hitch daho they see ato akushita you would not that they sto cogent with the 25th Nomination Council RDC. Cheryl Curley dashijinido tsina jinin slokia ani bashish chin. Hodich eatni a dashichedo deshchini a dashinella. Auto kinfit sosanille. Ada a ya. I'm a member from Church Rock chapter. Although South Coptic it holiede, you see, Ishike, okay, tribal liaison, do tribal operations specialist in Anishinaabe, Washington BIA Navajo region. Yeah, Madam Chair, do RDC members.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Curley. Should they or Shade? So Nana for being present on the call. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and take it on to item 3 on the agenda, where it's review and approving the agenda. So, Mr. Tahi, if you can please read the proposed agenda into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council's regular meeting, Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Nation Land Department and via telecommunications. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation announcement. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journals, none. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Kienta Township on the proposed regulation as it relates to telecommunications and home site lease. B, report from the Utah Department of Transportation on their project update on the Navajo Nation. C, report from Navajo Power on the solar project on the Navajo Nation. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0087-23, an action relating to resource and development, amending RDC MY-08-22 by approving a waiver of bond, insurance, or alternative form of security to Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc., sponsor Honorable Stephen R. Riso. B, legislation 008823, an action relating to resource and development, approving the grant of right-of-way to Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. for the Theru Well Distribution Line for the optic cable project located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Theru Chapter vicinity, McKinley County, New Mexico. Sponsor Honorable Stephen R. Aviso. C, legislation number 0091-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving a Resource and Development Committee member. 2, nominations committee of the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. Sponsor Honorable Brenda Jesus. D, legislation number 0095-23, an action relating to the Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, approving a change to CAP-35-18 Exhibit D for the Chin chapter by deleting remaining funds from the chapter's solid waste transfer station project in funding year 3 and add the funds to house flooring project in year 3. Sponsor Honorable Herman N. Daniels Jr. E, issuance of a directive to the Navajo Department of Agriculture to hold a work session with the Navajo ranchers to address and work on concerns related to tribal ranches, with an invite to the Navajo Nation Land Department, Navajo Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs, as these entities have a shared responsibility to maintain the land. F, approving an off-nomination travel to Washington, D.C. to advocate the Biden administration and congressional leadership on matters related to land, natural resources, health, and education from Monday, June 5th to Thursday, June 8th, 2023. 8, close of meeting, announcements, and adjournments. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading the agenda into the record. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion to approve the agenda? Members of RDC, may I get a motion to accept the agenda?
Motion, Delegate Simpson.
Honorable Simpson, may I get a second?
Donna Claw, second.
Honorable Claw. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on the current proposed agenda? Going twice? Going 3 times? Okay, Mr. Tahi, can you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for approving the agenda. Honorable Sona Nkwa, how do you vote?
I vote green, Mr. Tahi. Thank you.
Honorable Sona Nkwa votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you. So with that, we do have an approved agenda for the meeting for today, May 10th, 2023. Next item on the agenda is item number 4, reviewing and approving journals. We do have none. Going forward on to item number 5 on the agenda, receiving report. Letter A, report from the Kayenta Township.
Madam Chair?
Point of order.
Madam Chair?
Honorable,
You
Otto,
skip the journal.
Honorable Rick Nez, there's no journals, to approve on this, this approved agenda today. Can you hear me?
Yes, I saw it says May 3 on there.
On this, agenda today, Shinatani, under item number 4, reviewing and approving journals, I do have none. And, okay, Honorable, Rick Nez, apparently this was a revised agenda, so this revised agenda, has been emailed out, this morning, yesterday. So there is a revised, agenda that was, emailed out yesterday by Mr. Tahi. So does that clarify your question, Honorable Nez?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and then, Honorable Otto So. Did you have a question?
I would like to suspend the 4 rules and go to legislation. All the legislations first. That's my motion. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So. So members of Resources and Development Committee, we do have.
No.
Okay, Honorable, Otto So had made a motion, to suspend floor rules to, have the legislation, or is it the whole new business, Honorable Otto So?
Yes, the whole new business. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to take, all new business under item 7 of the agenda, to go first before receiving reports. May I get a second, or do I have a second?
Second, Delegate Simpson.
Claw, second.
So motion by Honorable Otto So and second by Honorable Simpson. So with that, there questions? Okay, I'd like to go ahead and, have Mr. Tahi do a roll call vote at this point for the new, or, suspend the floor rules.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for suspending the floor rules to go to new business. Shauna and Claude, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna and Claude, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Shauna Anclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Mr. Tahi, this is Shauna Anclaw. Vote green, sir.
Madam Chair, Shauna Anclaw votes green. That's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah. Thank you, members of Resources and Development Committee. So with that, motion carries on to item number 7 on the agenda. New business, letter A, legislation number 0087-23. Mr. Tahi, if you can read this legislation into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0087-23, date April 21st, 2023, titled the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution, and action relating to resource and development, amending RDC YM-08-22 by approving a waiver of bond insurance or alternative form of security to Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. The purpose of this legislation is to amend RDC MY-08-22 by waiving the requirement for a bond insurance, alternative form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that the project benefits the Navajo Nation, and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. Resource and Development has final authority over this legislation, will be read into the record in its entirety. This legislation was introduced by Honorable Stephen R. Aviso for tracking number 0087-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, amending RDC MY-08-22 by approving a waiver of bond insurance or alternative form of security to Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. Enacted Section 1 authority pursuant to 2 NC Section 501B2. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to give final approval of all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and the bond requirements on Navajo Nation land and unrestricted free land. This authority shall include subleases, modifications, assignment, lease holdings, encumbrments, transfer, renewal, and termination. 2. Section 2, findings. A, the Resource and Development Committee approves RDC MY-08-22, and the resolution was certified on May 11th, 2022. The resolution was entitled, An Action Relating to Resource and Development Committee Approving a Right-of-Way to Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. for the Sundance Right-of-Way Number 2. Power lines / fiber optic lines project located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Church Rock, New Mexico, Church Rock Chapter vicinity, McKinley County, New Mexico. Resolution RDCYM MY-08-22 is attached as Exhibit 1. B, Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. requests a waiver of bond insurance of alternative form of security. C, 5 CFR Section 169.103 F2. Section 3, approval. The Resources Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby amends RDC MY-08-22 by waiving the requirements for a bond insurance on alternative form of security on the part of the grantees based on the determination that the project benefits the Navajo Nation and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. The Research and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents necessary to effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attached to Exhibit 1, which is the resolution of the Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year. Resolution number RDC MY-08-22. Then you have the first report, the Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for Legislative Number 0087-23. Sponsors Honorable Stephen R. Oliso. This legislation was posted on April 26, 2023 at 12:52 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on May 1st, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comment opposing this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 008723 read into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Callers, could you please mute your phones on your, for the callers that are calling in? We're getting some static sound or some other sound here in the conference room. So with that, Mr. Tahi, thank you for reading the legislation 87-23 into the record. May I get, members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion on legislation 87-23? Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion?
Motion, Delegate Simpson.
Okay, motion by Delegate Simpson, and may I get a second?
Delegate Ricknez.
Yeah. No, it's Ani. So at this point, do we have any questions, members of Resources and Development Committee on legislation 87-23?
Madam Chair, I have some questions. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Honorable, I'd like to go ahead and give it to the sponsor, Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo, for legislation 87-23, and you do have 20 minutes, Shinatani.
Madam Chair, dated legislation 8723 in Church Rock area. It's to try to get some electric lines, to some houses over on the Sundances across the casino. Out in the front half of Sundance, the lines are brought in by Gallup Electric. So we want the backside to go. So they're just asking that they waive the bonds and stuff. I don't know if Mr. Tischilli's on the line. Stephen Tischilli. He's this agent.
Okay. Mr. Stephen Tischilli, are you on the call?
Hello, can you hear me?
Who?
This is Tammy Nelson. I am calling you. I'm on the line with Continental Divide Electric in the right-of-way department. Mr.
Okay,
Stephen.
So, Ms. Benali, you do have the floor at this time to speak to the legislation, and again, you do have 18 minutes remaining for the presentation. So you do have the floor with your colleagues there from CDEC.
Again, this is, I don't know who Mrs. Benali is, but my name is Tammy Nelson.
Oh, I apologize, Ms. Nelson.
I was just letting you know that we were unaware of this meeting or of this, we just didn't know anything about this until 30 minutes prior to the meeting. Stevie Chichili contacted us and told us about this meeting. So there are two of us on the phone. Anna Larson is on the other line. We both represent the right-of-way department with Continental Divide, which I guess you guys call CDAC. So I'm just letting you know that we are here.
Okay, thank you, Nelson Shahat, for letting us know. So back to the sponsor, Honorable Arvizo, how would you like to proceed with?
You know, I'd like to see my agents, you know, speak on to these legislations when the delegates bring it forth. So on this particular legislation, I'm gonna give, Mr. Chichili, I guess I could get him better notice. I thought we given him enough time. But I'm gonna let also Continental Divide Right-of-Way Department know now that, this is gonna be back on in a week. So I'm letting you all know that this is gonna come back on in a week.
Are you talking about the legislation?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Nelson and I believe Ms. Larson, we're gonna go ahead and request, I would like to go ahead and request as Chair of Resources and Development Committee to, table legislation number 0087-23. For the purpose being is, we do have the sponsor here, Honorable Arvizo, and again, with the agents from Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc., as the agent that would be answering a lot of the questions that will be posed by members of Resources and Development Committee, so that it can, so we're requesting it to be tabled at this point. So we vote on it, right?
When we could vote.
Motion to take, okay, so I'd like to go ahead and motion. Okay, so with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, I'd like to go ahead and request if any of the members from RDC would like to motion and also get a second to table this legislation until the next RDC meeting when Mr. Honorable Arvizo has his agents in attendance to answer a lot of the questions that will be related to this legislation.
Honorable
Madam
Chair,
Chair, Delegate Simpson.
Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak before tabling.
Okay, Honorable Rick Naz, I'll give it to you first. Honorable Otto So, you will be next. So, Honorable Rick Naz, you have the floor right now.
Thank you. Could we, for the record, have the sponsor, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, request the tabling legislation? Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Rick Nez for that recommendation. I'd like to go ahead and hear Mr. Honorable Otto So. So you do have the floor right now.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you very much. I think that committee members, this wavering of this certain RDC resolution, which requires certain things to be paid to the nation pertaining to the wavering of bonds and things like that, really needed to be, the nation knew that, first of all, the Navajo Nation knew that this is going to be on the agenda. And therefore that the representatives from the nation's not there. I don't support tabling this legislation, if it's a wavering clause, they're requesting that waiver to happen so that any fees associated to it will not be paid to the nation. So at this time, we don't have the Navajo Nation on the line. And again, the Navajo Nation had ample time when this agenda came out. All the division directors and program managers received the agenda, and they knew this particular legislation will be on this meeting here today. Again, and right now we're requesting to waiver that resolution, RDC MY 0822, and that legislation speaks to certain requirements for companies doing business on the Navajo Nation. So therefore, I would like to say that we move forth with it as is, and I guess we could teach the nation a lesson. If they're not on the line, we can move forth, because the sponsor has not requested to table the legislation yet.
Honorable Otto Soto, Honorable Nez, I appreciate your recommendation, Shanatani no Sinigi. So let's back up just a little. Now, Honorable Arviso here, Mihinatani, had sponsored this legislation. Now his agents, which is supposed to be representatives from Continental Divide, they're not present, or the program manager is not present to speak to any questions or even information sharing during the time the presentation was allotted. So with that, Honorable Arviso did, say on the record that Mr. Chischili, who is the agent, was supposed to have been aware of this presentation here this morning. So he would like to have Continental Divide representatives who are his agents to be at this meeting to answer any questions regarding this waiver request that is relevant to this legislation. So right now, either move it forward to next week's RDC meeting through a tabling motion was requested, and Honorable Rick Nez did recommend to have Honorable Arviso table the legislation and put it back on the agenda for next week to fully hear the presentation. Mr. Honorable Otto So. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and again give it back to the sponsor, Honorable Arviso.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, needed legislation for Continental Divide the Yokade. ADG Quabit Aron Dahas Kaida. Tato Eya Yahato, Titoya Yastito, Lechut Aji Eya, Bespada Hosen. Nke old waiver adol nishat no ako Beninanigi eya ado hajos ado his honnet da no a week ago that the best honnet they knew a week. This was on the agenda last week, and I was at a land board meeting in Crown Point, and I did ask the chair, Madam Chair, to move it forward to today. Auto besnada honne auto. It's going to be on next week. Don't need the auto nada haskada. On my next legislation, we have our agents present on our next legislation. So I'm asking that, if it's possible to go ahead and table this legislation to move forward to next week.
Motion, Delegate Nose.
So to motion to table legislation 8723 by Honorable Nez. May I get a second
Second this, table the motion, auto so.
Honorable Otto So. So with that, we'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call votes. Members of RDC, Mr. Tahi, if you can do roll call votes.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for tabling legislation number 0087-23, which is read into the record. Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green, Mr. Tahi. Thank you.
Honorable Shawna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes red.
Honorable Vice Chair Johnson votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I'm gonna vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, table legislation 008723, motion carries. On to item letter B.
Madam Chair? Auto so?
Honorable Otto So, you have the floor.
Yes. Just as a reminder that this legislation is, if it's not if the final authority is an RDC, it stays here. But if the final authority is not with RDC, the legislation moves on to the next committee. So thank you.
Honorable Otto So, Shanat Ani, Resources and Development Committee does have final authority, Shanat Ani. So again, you know, this is a decision that will we be making on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So if the legislation is tabled at this point, so I'd like to go on to item B, Shanat Ani, legislation number 0088-23. Mr. Tahi, can you read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0088-23, dated April 21st, 2023. Titled the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution, an action relating to the resource and development. Approving the grant of right-of-way to Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. for the Through Well Distribution Line with the Optic Cable Project located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Through Chapter vicinity, McKinley County, New Mexico. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the grant of right-of-way to Continental Divide Electric for construction, operation, and maintenance of a single-phase 14.4/24-0.9 kV electric distribution line for the Baca Through Well Distribution Line with Fiber Optic Cable Project Chapter vicinity, McKinley County, New Mexico, and to waive the requirement for a bond insurance alternative form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that the project benefits the Navajo Nation and such waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169-103 F2. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Stephen R. Visa for tracking number 0088-23, an action relating to the resource and development, approving the grant of right-of-way to Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. for the Through Well Distribution Line with Optic Cable Project located on the Navajo Nation Trust Land and Through Chapter vicinity, McKinley County, New Mexico. Be enacted Section 1 authority pursuant to 2 NNC Section 501B2. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to grant final approval for all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, leases, right-of-way, surface easements, and bond requirements on Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted fee lands. This authority shall include subleases, modifications, assignment, lease, holding, encumbrance, transfer, renewals, and termination. Section 2's findings. The Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. and P.O. Box 1087, Grants, New Mexico, 87020 has requested a right-of-way to construct and operate and maintain a single-phase of 14.4 24.9 kV electric distribution line for the Baca Through Well Distribution Line with Fiber Optic and Cable Project. The terms and conditions is attached hereto incorporated herein as Exhibit A. B, the purpose of the right-of-way is to describe the in-map, and this description attached hereto and incorporated herein as Exhibit B. Document entitled Consent to Use Navajo Nation Lands is attached as Exhibit C. D, the application submitted by the Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Inc. requests a waiver of the requirement for bond insurance, alternative form of security. C 25 CFR Section 169.103. Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Inc. application is attached to Exhibit D. E, the Resource Development Committee, through resolution number RDCF 08-20, allows for 100% waiver of right-of-way considered for the nonprofit electric utility company that provides services to Navajo residents on Navajo Trust Land and Eastern Navajo Agency. Resolution RDCF 08-20 is attached to Exhibit E. F, the request of right-of-way is located on Navajo Trust Land in Eastern Navajo Agency and Continental Divide Electric Company as a nonprofit electric company. C, the finding of no significant impact dated April 12, 2019, Exhibit F, environmental assessment, proposed Baca through well project, Exhibit G, the cultural resources inventory, Exhibit H, the cultural resources compliance form, Exhibit I, the biological resources compliance form, NNDSW review number 18EM101, Exhibit J, the biological evaluation for proposed through well project, Exhibit K, a memorandum dated February 14, 2022, concerning the environmental compliance determination for Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Inc.'s right-of-way, Exhibit L, are attached hereto incorporated herein. H, the Theru chapter supports the Theru Baca Wells project, supporting resolution TCH-074-19-040 is attached to Exhibit M. The Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Inc. application for right-of-way has been reviewed through Executive Official Review Document number 018203, Exhibit N, and includes review by the Department of Justice and found significant. Section 3, approval. The Resource Development Committee, the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the grant of right-of-way to Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Inc. for construction, operation, and maintenance of a single-phase 14.4, 24.9 kV electric distribution line for the Baca through well distribution line with fiber optic cable project through chapter vicinity, McKinley County, New Mexico. The location is more particularly described in a survey map attached here to Exhibit B. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives the requirement for a bond insurance alternative form of security on the grant part of the grantee based on determination that the project benefits the Navajo Nation and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 of CFR Section 169-1.103 F2. C, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the right-of-way subject to but not limited to the following terms and conditions incorporated herein and attached to Exhibit A. D, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents necessary to effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attached is Exhibit A, which is an Navajo Nation right-of-way terms and conditions of Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Inc. grantee. Attached is Exhibit B, which is the right-of-way easement for CEEC Baca through well distribution line with fiber optic cable project. Attached is Exhibit C, which is the consent to use the Navajo Nation land. Attached is Exhibit D, the United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs, the right-of-way application. Attached is Exhibit E, which is a resolution from the Resource and Development Committee 24 Navajo Nation Council, first year, 2019 resolution number RDCF-08-20. Attached is Exhibit F, which is a letter from the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs, dated April 12, 2029. Attached is Exhibit G, which is an environmental assessment proposed Baca through well project through chapter Navajo Nation, McKinley County, New Mexico, which was prepared by Navajo Nation Water Resources and prepared by the Ecosystem Management Inc., which is dated September 2018. Attached is Exhibit H, which is the cultural resources inventory for Baca Through Wells Improvement Project in Through Chapter Eastern Agency, Navajo Nation, McKinley County, New Mexico, and it was prepared for the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. It was on behalf of the Sol Miller and Association. It has Exhibit I, which is the Cultural Resources Compliance, which is in HPD number HPD-18-798. Attached to Exhibit J, which is the Biological Resources Compliance from the Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife. Document number NNBFW, review number 18EM101. Attached to Exhibit K, which is the Biological Evaluation of Proposed Through Wells Project, the Rue Chapter Navajo Nation, McKinley County, New Mexico. This was dated October 2018. Attached to Exhibit L, which is a memorandum dated February 14th in 2022 to W. Mike Colonna, Department Manager. The subject is Environmental Compliance Determination for Continental Divided Electric Cooperative Inc., right-of-way located in Section 19 and 30, Township 14 North, Range 13 West, New Mexico, Principal Mandarin, Navajo Trust Land, McKinley County, New Mexico. Attached to Exhibit M, which is a Through Chapter Resolution and TC8-074-19-040, and attached to Exhibit N, which is document number 18-018203, which is Executive Official Review, issued date 02/24/2022. Then you have the first report, the Legislative Branch Dinner Public Review Summary for legislation number 008823. This legislation was posted on April 26, 2023 at 12:57 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended May 1st, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0088-23 read into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion on legislation 88-23? Members of RDC, may I get a motion to legislation 0088-23?
Shauna and Claw motion.
Vice Chair seconds.
Ani, motion by Honorable Claw and second by Vice Chair Johnson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on this legislation 88-23?
Madam Chair.
Delegate knows.
Okoshi, with that, Honorable Delegate, I would like to go ahead and give some time to our sponsor, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, on legislation 0088-23, and you do have 20 minutes, Shanatani. Starting at 11:10.
Madam Chair, although Mr. Vice Chair, you're on the line as well. Although not any dice agi adi ana di ya kudona sospetan hedi any daton miss ko di ya de gloria jete ya hashin sogo ya ton lenigi beni je na hot ko gloria jete ya togi da betaz ande ana ki da she ya well lenigi ya ade holno ako I see keep it igi ya don za ya sehe ada ko abi gahako ya ton lenigi ade hayist od ako aron le ananal yagi ya le pakat ajiko ya anza go ya tohadat iskazako aji gi ape bohone zante dit od she anzado yad nepa na has katko ako di ya the electric linigi badol ado indeta aji gi akhat out yande through gi ka nalwoto le joquin no ya benina di ya na sospeta na hadit ahigi ka ni hitaton sos the quigo she yan le pocket neke hat inigin le pona on the net digi ya tope that then Akonde kujis the root just aja Poholonigi ya asked so ya ati pahodan lenigi ne keda hat enigi aji gi chidayosh. Akoti needed na liagi ya the electric lenigi ya batol. Eto the pahai lenigi pan lenigi ya ahat out of a hikato jajot es. Ako ahot zago go ya o sa anahalin kat do echo ida do betat ida betat do nas ko shi yat an alaigo o ido le jon kid ne khobe hoto le ai si ban sahakis ako de kwishi ya di ban lenigi ya the yokkid an hanao hat out ha ada do shield da no ya hada ko kwa ya shikado ja shinan I naksenigi aron daidos kido she kodo sa ya naidi kid bin ya kwa nas with the snow kwa ya ko di ask da bin da nesto I da ya sa Obit it all. And I know Senigi, Madam Chair, and Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, does that?
Yeah, we'll have questions.
Honorable Arviso, for your presentation. So right now, Honorable Otto Soto, Honorable Nez, you had some questions, so let me go ahead and give it to Honorable Nez first for any questions or comments that you may have, and I'll take it next to Honorable Otto Soto. So Honorable
point of privilege. Point of privilege is Delegate Simpson.
Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of RDC. My apology to Honorable Delegate Rick Nez, but this legislation, just reading off of what's needed, I think it had to do what we needed to do on the first legislation that we tabled. Let's go to Mariana Khan, Madam Chair, a question. In order to consider this legislation, we should have considered legislation 087-23 in order to consider this legislation, because there's going to be some asking a waiver of bonds in this legislation 008-823. Because the reason why I'm bringing this up, Madam Chair, is that we're going to go into probably lengthy discussion on this legislation 0088-23. So before we do that, I'd like to ask Mayor Khan, in order to consider this legislation, because we're requesting for waivers, we should have considered this legislation first on 0087-23. That's my question, Madam Chair, to Mayor Khan.
Honorable Simpson. So I'd like to go ahead and defer this particular recommendation that was given by Honorable Simpson, Ms. Khan, is that legislation number 0087-23 is pretty much the foundation of legislation 0088-23, because we will be approving the grant of right-of-way, where with this particular legislation 88-23 will be considering the waiver of the bond insurance that was identified in legislation 87-23. So what would be your position on how RDC would need to go forward with these two with this current legislation that is at discussion 88-23 and the 87-23? So Ms. Khan, I'll go ahead and allow the floor to you right now.
Madam Chair, I would like to point out that both legislation 0087 and 0088 involve, however, these are two separate right-of-way legislations. 0087 the Resources and Development Committee. Right of way in 0087-23, and the right of way was approved for Continental Divide, and that 0087 deals with a Sundance right of way number 2 power fiber line, and this in Church Rock. This is a different land situation, a different right-of-way situation. All of the documents with regard to this Sundance right-of-way number 2 power line, fiber optic line, located in Church Rock. All of the exhibits with regard to that of the grant of right-of-way are in legislation 0087-23. The first exhibit.
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Simpson.
Honorable Simpson, you have the
Okay,
floor.
with that, Madam Chair, that clarifies the question I asked, so we can move forward and go to Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez. So it's fine, sir, ma'am. It's two different legislation. The way I read the legislation 0887-23, my understanding was we're granting certain things to Continental Divide, but it clarified everything. Thank you, Madam Chair. You can go ahead and go forward with your meeting. Yeah.
Honorable Simpson, and thank you, Ms. Khan, for the clarification. Now, going back to Honorable Rick Nez, you do have the floor, Shanatani, for any questions or recommendations.
It's okay. Go ahead and go to Honorable So. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So, have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay. One thing is that I just wanted to indicate that RDC MY 08-22 was put in place for a reason, and I think that we can move forward with this legislation. And the original intent of RDC MY 08-22, we need to go back to the drawing table, because moving forward, once we waive this, they will end up requesting to waive all of what was intended in RDC MY 08-22. Had isipin ya ya behas ani hated yanya on the last Resources Development Committee. There was a general purpose, and right now that purpose, and it's speaking to the bonding issue or the bonding requirement, and the utility company Continental Divide, they are requesting the waiver. That's the reason why. The Navajo Nation is not requesting the waiver. Because what's going to happen is, with that bonding requirement, it's going to require Continental Divide to get additional bonding. And meaning, peso, and maybe Continental Divide is saying, you got to waive that before we do anything. So, moving forward, I think any of the legislations that are coming in from the right-of-way pertaining to Continental Divide, I think we need to go back to the drawing table relating to RDC MY-08-22. That way, it's not referenced on every right-of-way request from RDC, from to RDC. So ajita ya hadna rasna asya hadna etna ya bate ko topa adot loso toba ya hada nedo le. It's to provide electricity to pump house. The way the case was made, but it just doesn't look right to say that this is Navajo law, but you can we want you to waive this. And Ebony that's going to be the request on that niche. Every time Continental Divide request for right of way, they're going to ask to waive this particular resolution in their service area. Alcohol. I think that the legislation went through the 164 process. The division made their markups and their statements. But bottom line is that moving forward, I think we need to either go back and rescind it all. That way, waiver, and then they can continue to move forward with the actual right-of-way request. I do support this legislation to get the electricity to the pump house or to the pump house. And once I don't know if the water lines are in, but you know, the water line will serve the Navajo people out there with potable water, drinking water. So, I think, Madam Chair, we should have as a recommendation on RDC MY 08-22. Maybe we can have an internal discussion with our legal counsel to give us the reason why, and then have a discussion with land department on why this legislation was originally put in place. But I guarantee you, wherever Continental Divide is going to run electricity, they're going to ask to waiver this resolution again. It's nonsense to have this resolution in place and this law in place, and moving forward, all the legislation will require a waiver of this resolution. It's defeating the purpose of why this law was put in place. But again, I wish the Division Natural Resources was on the line to give us a position on this, because you know, it's going to talk about maybe some funded resources to the nation. So, but again, at the end, after this, I'm going to vote in favor, because you know, it's useless nonsense to start moving forward to waive tribal law for a certain purpose. And
Honorable Otto, for addressing your concern in regards to this legislation. I do have in queue right now our colleague, Honorable Simpson. You do have the floor.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the RDC. My brother, Mr. Bisla Kadi, document that legislation by TAD 0088-23. All they know Mr. Daniels, my brother, again, they know Madam Chair, and it goes back to members of the RDC, it goes back to what Eastern Agency chapters go through to try to get power line, water line to our constituents. And being a checkerboard area, we deal with a lot of rights of way that needs to be approved through certain entities and through BLM, BIA, Latis, private lands, so never trust land. I mean, there's numerous things we encounter to get rights of way for power line, water line, to get to our constituents. And this legislation basically talks about getting this power line to this well so it can distribute water to our constituents within Eastern Agency, especially with the area of Baca chapter. Mr. Soya, I agree with him. What was the purpose of this RDCNY-08-222? What was the purpose of that being put in place? And, last time I heard it was for make sure that revenues do come into the nation through these bonds, insurance, and other revenue sources. So this is another encounter we face every day from Eastern Agency. I'm not sure what N2A, what is provided for them. Is there a complete waiver of these bonds and insurance for N2A to provide power line to in the service area? But remember, Eastern Agency, we were provided by different electrical services: City of Farmington, Hames Mountain Electric Co-op, Continental Divide Electric Co-op. Then we got Socorro, and Socorro Power, I can't remember, utility company for Alamo area. That's Ado, Rain, Machida, Ishida, those type of utility companies that provide services. And I remember one time this was a big issue. This was a big issue about bonding and insurance being required, and try to get this waived. And when I served as a coordinator for Naiji chapter prior to coming on board as a council delegate, and it was a very small section of, and I'm really very glad that Mr. Honorable Delegate Rickman helped us to get this approved. But let me go back one step. It was a very small project, power line going to a small portion of a trust land. And it was for a grandpa that needed this power line. And the issue is this thing came up to ask for a waiver of the bond insurance. Took almost 3 years. 2 years to get everything, the package ready, and 3 years just to get it approved. It went round and round. The land department was not supportive of the waiver. And as we went along, like I said, it was at the corner of a trust land. Most of the land went through allotment lands, but it was at the corner of a trust land that we could not get approved. As we finally, he got approved, but Grandpa passed on. George Bayell Sr., he passed on. Never got to see a house lit up with power line. So again, with this, I want to be upfront with the committee here. I want to support any power line that's come to our Eastern AC constituents. And if there's a waiver that's needed to get these power line to these our constituents in Eastern AC, I want to support it because, again, I don't want this to be a blocking stone for our opera projects that pertain to power line and water line. I don't want this trying to get this water line, power line to opera funds, and this is another blocking stone here, and requesting for waiver of bond and insurance. I think the RDC really needs to reconsider this because this will be a blocking stone within Eastern Agency coming forth on all these right-of-way legislation for right-of-way legislation for power line, water line. So my brother, Mr. Arvizo, I do support your legislation. You have my vote because I want to make sure that our people get the things they need through power line or water to get water line to their homes. So anybody, I really agree with Mr. So, Delegate So, to relook at that RDCNY-08-22. So, I know this purpose was to get revenues to the nation, but we still got to get power line and water line to our people, and we don't want this to be a blocking stone. Anybody, City Chair and members of the RDC and Delegate Arvizo, you have my vote on this legislation.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson, for talking to this legislation in regards to it being a current ARPA project, and also looking at revisiting, actually, the legislation that was mentioned is RDC MY 08-22. But with this particular legislation, the exhibit resolution that is identified in this legislation 88-23 is RDCF-08-20. This other one, we can still take a look at that, and going forward, that would, we can definitely put that on our top discussion and revisit the waiver issues and get historical information and go from there. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and give the floor back over to the sponsor, Honorable Arvizo. In regards to one of them was just the waiver, but or by Honorable Otto. But again, he is in support of this resolution. Adoshi, you've done your own research on this, and then as well as Honorable Simpson in regards to the citation of the waiver legislation as well. But if you'd like, you do have the floor to make a response.
Madam Chair, Auto, Mr. Vice, Auto members of RDC and Auto baseball Anno Senigi, Auto Delegate Simpson. I appreciate your support. Auto on the Delegate so Nado the Quaggy a spars and those don't they continental divide a argid the nebis yahada as egi a sadoyo hosi a co Auto lahat all the saot in a arco now sosni jedal in do devote that or six no expansion increase electrical increase that agi now sos makanda hat je ko aja vote in the il a sheep and natchet that a waiver and linigi a dog nish no Auto in the as hope that it do generator that pump sigi that the jail into a she be look at it aja a she is open natchet a the waiver and linigi the yoke cage and I quite a o ne $1,000 so Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Arvizo. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, Kodo Legislation 0088-23, ya kude satnat ani no senigin hitis ado big na dos kido Kodo do nash shin de na sos be na dit ahi bidi ninigi ya not the node di de hashin sogo de electric since it's not that the eho akotat ahigin de to ehigi di de kaya ka ya not sos le that Washington jo lini ya hashine large lini gi yokid di de na southern kahi don le kaya ha zoke ado in dan le nan sa nan dan sa egich and ado in da kude di de ostat do tain le da not ai so that ai ad in de do khait ada yego be which nahot igi ya fanzi environmental impact statement jo arje besnaz lage kodon linigi hajo not no isto ya di khashi at benanish igi kut akya yoke digi ya hashil togo ya shi bahadet a waiver do na ilede do linigi di right of way jo hashin togo hit ado kodo do nash shin ya bin ya work session da adol ni waiver, the resolution, nina tospena di ahigi, Shinle, June, the shipi yok kato ade bin ya hajo work session, the do nito ade ina, the do kill. Hat eat ya bin ya akul ya do naso de nije hit on linigin do kastat, ado hanada do nito shin ya a legislation linigi be hanada ego do ni. Ako kwaking habikiti tashanat ani ado shi ya naso ne kut an linigin kinamish anane nato ado kut ad ina de kid ako that resources and development committee doshla anai dos kid da kwa going what
Delegate Rick Nez.
Shanat ani Honorable Nez, you do have the floor.
Thank you. Delegate Arviso. I would like to hear from this Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Incorporated. No, you understand that to be a company. We're a service provider. We're non-profit. So, then I do support our people getting water and electricity. You could net hope it and do it's and sped deniki. A Cody Resource and Development Committee, the RDC F08-20 Bakaki. We allowed for a 100% waiver of right-of-way consideration for non-profit electric utility companies, NELA, that provide service to Navajo residents on Navajo Trust Land and Eastern Navajo Agency. A quota being his own gibik echo hot delia, Snand Arnold Senegi. A hot scotcher. You always get information. Legislations are brought to us based on what information that we get as well as what the sponsor and the agents provide. And then it's up to us to vote red or green. Ako di kwaki iki yaha ahut yaha do khada nesta do khot ego yanas khela RDC on the 24th Council do neda do les ben yahat enigi the intent at the time eshi akhnehi abulaj she do fit edan de yanda khorenda ta e khodelia. That's what we did. I don't know the business of Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Incorporated, but it says incorporated. That tells me that they're a money-making business as well. And they're not a Navajo Nation entity. Ocean and no ocean kisna. A coeg do satob and schlesta, the nehegi change open that then, which not sha a or letting his notion. A co a over night a dish kisto later TAA will go so they let us see link tribal access authorization. And I do agree, Madam Chair, we probably should have a good understanding of the intent of RDC F08-20, as well as the TAA. Maybe we can make it better. I don't know. Or maybe we can just eradicate that and just make sure that everybody gets waivers throughout the Navajo Nation. Agent don't need Mr. Arviso. Khela Continental Divide Electric Cooperative. Khela Dale Nishla. Nera as a fan hitchet. Oh, it Nesa. Pelagana at Eos was not Johnson. Show her that. So, Eddie Bachna, that's kid all this. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Asheha, Honorable Nez, for your question, Kwadok. Do we still have the representatives from Continental Divide on the call? Ms. Nelson or Ms. Larson?
This is Ms. Larson.
Good morning, Ms. Larson. Again, we are discussing a legislation here on Resources and Development Committee that was sponsored by our colleague, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, in regards to approving a grant of right-of-way for construction, operation, and maintenance of a phase electrical distribution line to a Baca through well distribution line with fiber optic cable project chapter facility. Now, our Honorable Rick Nez had posed a question and wanted to hear from Continental Divide as to what type of a business is Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Incorporated. And then the other question that was posed was in regards to the waiver request. Because again, we know, I understand that there was a waiver that was granted with a prior resolution from Resources and Development Committee. It was to meet the high level of needs of infrastructure to our constituents across Eastern Navajo. So with that, if you can answer the question as to the, I guess, clarity in regards to the waiver of any fees that will be forthcoming to Navajo Nation. So I believe those are the two questions. Honorable Rick Nez, is that right in the lines of the two questions you had, Chinatani?
That's fine, go ahead.
So, Ms. Larson, I'm going to go ahead and allow you time to make a response on those two questions that I've just elaborated on.
Good morning, everyone, council members. The Articles of Incorporation for Continental Divide were originally created in 1939 as part of a requirement for cooperative nonprofit corporations under the state laws of New Mexico for the Rural Electric Cooperative Act, which is also a federal designation that allows us to gain federal funding in order to provide electric services to our members. So the incorporation portion of it was part of the requirements at the time of 1939 that allowed us to become a cooperative. The Articles of Incorporation and all of our subsequent information can be found on the State of New Mexico's bylaws, State of New Mexico's website for portal searches for corporations and business services. We have been and remain active and in good standing as a domestic rural electric cooperative nonprofit since the 1930s. So that is what, as far as Articles of Incorporation, that's what why our title states incorporated, because it's part of a requirement for the original incorporation. As far as the waiver, we do maintain that we are a nonprofit utility and that we do not, our members, the individual customers, are basically a member of our cooperative, and so we try not to we do not gain much of a profit. We're not in the business to make a profit, but we do have to provide those electric services to our customers.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Larson, for your response. Going back to Honorable Rick Nez, did that clarify your question, Shinatani?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It does. I'm glad that she said that it's a nonprofit, and I believe that we do need to have a work session on this legislation, the resolution RDC F-08-20, as well as the tribal access authorization. It would really help us to understand what the intent was to help our Navajo people. As we always say, this is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. So, back to you, Chair.
Honorable Rick Nez, and it is noted that RDC will be looking at a work session to reconvene on legislation RDC F-08-20 and the TAA for the Navajo Nation. So, it is noted, and thank you for your question. Any other members of Resources and Development Committee with any questions or comments? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Honorable Otto.
Thank you very much. I think that since the Continental Divide provides services on the Navajo Nation, and they actually provide that service. But what I'm getting to is that I guess how we work with NTUA, and that's my concern is that NTUA provides and reveals their audit to the nation, and to actually look at things regarding their audit, and they disclose that to the council. And since Continental Divide is working with the nation or the Navajo people, maybe we should start requesting them to have some sort of revealing of their audit to us. That way, we understand, what their financials look like. Because I don't have Continental Divide as my services, but if it pertains to a Eastern Navajo Agency Navajo citizen who is told to pay their bill right now, I don't know how they work with their customers, whether they just go and turn them off, or whether they just go and say, hey, we're not going to work with you. Maybe a lot of that, we need to get that information from the customers, the Navajo customers that they serve. How is Continental Divide providing that customer service directly out to the general public of our Navajo citizens? We can say, yes, we can waive this in the name of the services to our Navajo people, but if they're not working with our Navajo people relating like to payment and things like that, I think that tells you what how the company really operates. For instance, just like APS, they really don't work with the Navajo customers; they just shut them off. Maybe that's that's something that we need to really look at this time. So, with that for now, I'm gonna thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto. In regards to your question, I do understand that you want more clarity on the working relationship that the Navajo Nation has with Continental Divide Electric Co-op. Cooperative Inc. versus the current relationship that Navajo Tribal Utility Authority has with the Navajo Nation. I guess this would have to be a question that we would need to seek more information in terms of researching. Ms. Khan, if I can allow you some time to just give us clarification as to how we go forward and finding out how many of our Navajo Nation constituents on Navajo are being serviced, because I know that Continental Divide also services a high volume of customers off the reservation, and Grant and southern part of the Navajo Nation. I don't know how far their services extend. If we are in a position as Resources and Development Committee to request for a report from Continental Divide at one of our meetings. So if you can just give us some clarification, Ms. Khan, as to how we can take the next steps. So you do have the floor, Shema.
Members of the Resources and Development Committee, as you know, the Resources and Development Committee has oversight authorities over rights-of-ways, and is final approval standing committee for approval of right-of-ways. During the last Navajo Nation Council, the right-of-way approval with regulations was delegated to the Land Department, Division of Natural Resources. What was not delegated to the Land Department was the ability to approve a waiver of the Code of Federal Regulations. The Code of Federal Regulations, CFR number, that's 25, section 161, is noted in your legislation, 169.103. That is a federal requirement that right-of-ways on the Navajo Nation are to have a bond requirement. But however, the CFR allows for the Navajo Nation to waive that bond requirement. And it is this that is before you today, and in the previous legislation, affirmative waiver of that federal requirement for a bond. You're asking information with regard to how to go about getting information from Continental Divide, similar to what the NTA provides to the Navajo. To service area, the Navajo Nation citizens within boundaries of the Navajo Nation, what services are provided, and asking for policy, Continental Divide policy on non-payment of these, of course, are very important issues to the Navajo people. I suggest that perhaps a directive be made to Natural Resources Department and the General Land Development or to communicate that department, those two departments, and also assist to request this information from they are profit and they have responsibilities. I'm sure that.
Madam Chair, could you turn up the volume?
I need to speak into the mic. I'm sorry. Sorry, maybe I'll just take this. Maybe I'll just take the mic over here.
That for this reporting.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, just go ahead and. Okay. I am sorry, delegates. Resources and Development Committee delegates on the line. I was suggesting, I am now sitting closer to the mic, I am sorry. The Resources and Development Committee as oversight authority with regard to right-of-ways, in this particular instance, right-of-way with regard to an electric line going through the Navajo Nation. Resources and Development Committee has authority to approve or disapprove any right-of-way. As you well know, Delegate Nez, the 24th Navajo Nation Council approved regulations for right-of-way approvals, and then delegated this responsibility to the Land Department. However, as I said earlier, the ability to waive any federal CFR requirement for bonds is still with the Navajo Nation's Resources and Development Committee. And your question with regard to getting information, or your colleagues' request to get information that is readily available to the Navajo Nation Council with regard to the NQA and how they provide services to the Navajo people, and to get that same type of information from the Continental Divide, which the legislation we are discussing today, I believe is a very good inquiry as far as providing services to the Navajo people on Navajo land. And my suggestion is that the Resources and Development Committee request, perhaps through a directive to the Division of Natural Resources, Land Department, General Land Development Department, with assistance from the Department of Justice, to the manner in which this request could be made to Continental Divide. And my understanding is that Continental Divide, being a nonprofit and such, would be making reports to the state of New Mexico. Perhaps that type of information, the information that's provided in that instance, could also be requested to be provided to the Navajo Nation. But with regard to specific policies for non-payment of utility bills, communication could be made directly with Continental Divide, and I suggest that the Resources and Development Committee ask that the Division of Natural Resources, Land Department, General Land Development Department be tasked with that responsibility, again, with assistance from Department of Justice as to the manner to get this type of information. Again, I do believe this is pertinent information to responsible exercise of oversight authority with regard to right-of-ways, electric right-of-ways through the Navajo Nation, within the Navajo Nation, providing services to the Navajo people, especially when requests for waivers of the Code of Federal Regulations is being requested, as in this legislation and in the previous legislation. Madam Chair, I hope that is helpful. Again, I do believe this Resources and Development Committee, as oversight, that information would be helpful in determining waivers of the Code of Federal Regulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair? Honorable Otto, I do have Honorable Simpson in the queue, so let me go ahead and give it to Honorable Simpson first, and I'll give it back to you, okay? So Honorable Simpson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Member of RDC, Mr. Arvizo, thank you for bringing this legislation before RDC. Members of RDC, goes back to what I stated. Definitely going to be very vocal to get power line, water line, broadband, fiber optic line to our constituents within Eastern Agency constituents. And the reason being is, again, I reiterate again, we had many challenges and try to get rights of way approval through many entities. It's not like the big Navajo just getting one entity to approve rights of way. On Eastern Agency, and my colleague, you all know that, we're in checkerboard area and trying to get what's needed by our constituents or community members from Eastern. We start throwing certain things in there. Now requesting financial assistance, requesting their some type of R report from County Divide. Let me go back one step here. Let's go back to NTA and on what we're talking about on the getting those financial assistance for the outstanding utility bills. And our constituents that receive power line electric services from NTA are still waiting. Now I'm going to speak on what we face, what we encountered in Hamus Mountain Electric Co-op, because I work with them. For some reason, they didn't have to go through this whole process to get financial assistance to our Navajo people that receive electrical service from Hamus. They were notified they had qualified without even putting an application there. They qualified and they had their accounts credited. That's how quickly they worked. And now we're hearing how we want to hear a report how our Navajo people are being treated by Continental Divide, and pretty soon will be City of Farmington Electric Services. Then pretty soon will be Hamus Electric Co-op. Then we'll pretty soon be Socorro. We have 5 leaders within each Eastern agency. If some issue will come up, we'll definitely put it before RDC. We'll definitely put it before the council. If electrical services or other utility services not be provided adequately to our Navajo people, if there's issues on that, there's this discrimination going on against our Navajo people. Again, remember, these utility service has to provide to non-Navajos too. We can't differentiate everything that we treat Navajos better or we treat the non-Navajos better. They had to be equal. We hear it every day, everybody's equal. So with that, I just want to say, I really hope we don't start throwing blocking stones to be an obstacle again, to stop, not to delay getting power line, water line, broadband, fiber out to our Navajo people. So Madam Chair, this is just my statement again. I want to keep being very vocal that we already face numerous obstacles to getting rights of way approved in the Eastern Agency, and let's not make Navajo Nation be the big obstacle. Let's help our people to get power line, water line. We deal with BLM. We deal with New Mexico state lands. Let's be the one as Navajo Nation to get these power line, water line, these utility service to our Navajo people that need them. Everybody said, thank you, Madam Chair. I had all members of RDC. Thank you.
Honorable Simpson, I'm going to go ahead and give it back to Honorable So.
Yeah, actually,
Shanat Ani.
hey, I would like to say that I think that, and that's the reason why I bring up the RDC MY 08-22. In there's certain things that Navajo Nation gives into a and to provide service and so forth and to help them. And we infuse funds, but they still so and the eastern portion, I think we really need to go back to the drawing table pertaining to this matter. And if we're gonna, and as I bring up RDC MY 08-22, and that's an authority that's in the CFR that the Navajo Nation has. At first, that authority, that waiver, had to be granted from, maybe from the Bureau of Indian Affairs and a concurrence from the Navajo Nation. And we're waivering an authority that we received. And Benigeni, and Hajob Chidahindi Kato, Igisi, Ila Igisi Benigende, to Hadit Egg, La Yak at Aholjish. Alcohol, if we're going to apply these set of standards to, for instance, if I vote red, we have to set these same standards to NTUA. Because what will happen if we don't do this action here for Adit Ashna Ash, this is a gato, but this is a good one. See there, if we're going to abide by this policy, we have to apply the same standards to NTUA and APS. Because if we decide to stay with what the Code of Federal Regulation says, you're allowing only a certain group to pay for. They're basically paying for their own right-of-way, right-of-way fees, and whatever, things like that. These also with the requirement of the bonding, and it's going to come out from the users. And if you apply that cost in general to all the users in that vicinity, or in the electric users as a whole group, it increases the rates. And and I think that if we're going to continue to keep this policy in place, we need to go back to the drawing table. And if the intent was to continue to move forward to help with the revenue, generating revenue for the nation, we have to get back on that bandwagon. And then we have to apply the standard across the board in QA, APS, as that standard is applied to right now, continental divide. And then to human. Yes, nada di kiss. Ako ya. So into a di apa di da do hat nida. The APS that way it's across the board, and I guarantee you NTUA is going to be lobbying council to say no, don't do that. It's going to increase your rate. It's going to do this. And for this particular line, this particular line, and I think that I feel comfortable to move forth with this, and but any other legislation coming after this legislation, I think we have to have a thorough discussion pertaining to getting the actual reason why they want that waiver. As a nonprofit, And it's just like, guys, all of us that are on the line, we're all required to pay taxes, federal taxes, income tax. We're all required to file tax by a certain deadline. And at some point, people request for an extension to give them a little more time to file their taxes. But if we don't file it, there's consequences. The federal government will move forward to say this is what you owe us, and so forth. But if we do this again somewhere, and this RDC MY-08-22 will always come before RDC for a waiver. And we have to go back to the drawing table and look at the original intent. Then moving forth, I request that we do get everything from the GLAD department on the intent of this resolution, because the nation had the travel program had to work on this. And I wish that this was one area that GLAD would have in the orientation brought this issue up. Hey, we have this is pertaining to right-of-ways, and this is in place, and so forth. We had the orientation, and I don't recall this provision being spoke about. So, and our travel programs are supposed to be our eyes and ears. And that's all I have to say right now. And but moving forth, we're gonna require a certain utility or all people to comply with this resolution. We are gonna have to apply it across the board, and apply it to NTUA. That way, and oh, your rate's gonna go up because of this and because of that. I don't, the NTUA or the utility company is gonna say it's because of your council delegate, you voted for this and it increased the rate. So, but bottom line is, this policy is in place to generate revenue for the nation. There's chapter projects that they want to fund. There's the general fund budget season, which now holds just travel programs are going to want positions, additional resources. It employs Navajos. It provides direct services for our Navajo citizens. And I think, as we move forward, let's try to take care of this matter and look at the policy, see if we just have to apply it across the board so that we have every utility company follow this policy and let it be the law of the land. So, yeah, thank you.
Honorable Otto with the concern that you have. Right now, I'd like to give it to our colleague, Honorable Rick Nez. You do have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aroshan and Notlenigi, honorable members of RDC. Aro, Delegate Arviso, Di Korosha, Betan Hadit, Anita, Names Tozgi. As lawmakers, we have these legislations that come before us. And as lawmakers, we have to ask questions. That's how we receive information. And so we have a full understanding of what's going on and what the intent of the legislation is. Of course, there's a resolution from Theru chapter towards the Theru Baka well project. If our people in that area is requesting through their delegate, then it probably is good. There's things that I think about, and I'm not cynical. We don't say no. When people are getting water or electricity, we don't stand in the way and say no. But you know what? Grazing permittees at times say that. This is my grazing area, and I don't want any water going through my property, my grazing area. No, that's their own relatives. They oppose our own people getting water and electricity. I have that right to ask questions. I don't delegate message. I said, I do support our people in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Chapter what in the wait all the tinto Mrs. and or Lady Bona ideal kissa. But did they what about this? How could you though I'm not asking any questions. So back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Na idol kido ku linigi sad ni ishana o slagi ntago heha kun linigi hashin zana hajish being yelti odo abahazinya kunde hashine large nikik na le ha afia to go to nebeke afka hajo ba inzim oda ahigi she eben na linigi di todo ten national nas hatnenigi donde hawana that chins lesha da halt ehigi jo baka jo ba initen hashine la on the ha hidna kida honi akwiche linigi thago ba huniten so in het hajo ba linigi ya kodon okay hidna adonle partners net so that the root chapter long yaje ado in the eku the like not ani histado ado kade ya ba kuni ne nasto ne je ad the kwagi hajo bin ya chena ne di kwagi resources and development committee being doji Kodo ya not so spena adit ahi. The Quidishi Kodo is Ishtananalia RDC MY-08-22 do RDC F-08-20. Ada ad Hajoon Tanol Inc. Kodo Navajo Nation Land Department Histado hat Pinyepin na Kotan Linigi 8 Ahatilia Ado Ashin Epinach Hajoon Linigin Dog Asto Ada Askis Ego Kun Linigi Aje Benandish Edatis Inigi Ehit Ba Ado Listo Eshiba Hajo Ba Quinzen Jo Kotan Lini Ebiketi Hasad Ado Shin Ekodon Linigin Hanad Nishigi Rodney Kotan Linigin Haido Leshnat Ani Noslini Ado Nanan Tago Heha Kodon Linigi Hashing so got the Nebekea Paka Hitilen Linigi Bajo Bainos no Kodon Hizad Linigi Dit Ashanat Ani Noslinigi Ukage Eng Tago Heha Hidini Adosh Eya Dosa Naidos Kita Kodosh Nat Ani Noslinigi on RDC committee. Going once, going twice, 3 times. ACA Benachet Kun Linik at roll call.
Madam Chair, Delegate Simpson.
Honorable Simpson.
All right, quick. I did text you to speak, request to speak, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and members, Madam Chair and members of RDC, good afternoon, Mr. Arvizo, Delegate Arvizo, Mr. Daniels, a quick question on this RDC F-08-20. You know, if there's going to be a waiver, you know, it has to benefit our Navajo people. What's it going to teach to Mr. Arvizo's agent in Continental Divide on this? What we're requesting for distribution, getting the power line, a single phase one, and a fiber optic. Is that going to benefit any like commercial? I mean, along the way, any commercial like businesses or non-Navajos? That'll be my question to Mr. Arvizo's agent, Madam Chair.
Honorable Simpson for posing that question. So I'd like to go ahead and give it to Continental Divide in regards to the question that was posed by Mr. Simpson as to who will be benefiting from this distribution line along with fiber optic.
Yate Bennett, my name is Tori Tadano. I'm an engineer with Sauter Miller & Associates. I've been working with the Theru chapter and Baca Pruitt chapter on putting in a well. They're in Theru chapter that will serve all of Baca and Theru chapter. These 2 new wells, the power line is going straight from an existing power line in the Theru community system well, the town of Theru's well, on a piece of private land. So Continental Divide has gotten right away for the small piece of private land, and then it goes about a mile through tribal trust to the new well site. There's 2 new wells there. 2 new wells will about double the amount of water that the Theru Baca system currently has. So give those thousands of people in Theru and Baca about twice as much water as they currently have. Their system right now is overstressed. The wells are running 18 hours a day. They, NTUA IHS standards are to run them 12 hours a day. So the 2 wells they have now are running a lot of the time to be able to make enough water for the Theru and Baca chapters. So these 2 new wells, the wells are constructed. The NECA built the water line connecting the wells to the NTUA system. NECA has built a pump house for the building. The electric inside the building that controls the pumps and the chlorination equipment that is used to treat the water has not been constructed yet. They are still working on it. So in a month or 2, the entire project will be completed. It'll just be waiting on the power line to turn everything on and start giving water to Theru and Baca. And no, sir, there are no other connections between, or no other electric connections between where we're tying into the existing CDEC system. It's going straight to the well. No businesses or other people are being hooked up right now. And then I don't know if Miss Nelson or is still on from Continental Divide. There was a fiber optic cable that was included in the legislation. For the well itself needs a power line. I don't know if they put fiber optic for future, but I don't know if it needs it right now.
This is Anna Larson.
Okay,
Continental Divide.
Okay. So right now, the response was in regards to the distribution line that will be going to the 2 wells on trust. So I'd like to go ahead and allow time to Ms. Larson to respond to the fiber optic line question that was posed by Honorable Danny Simpson.
Yes. So the fiber optic line is actually part of what we call our SCADA system, which allows us to monitor for outages and to make sure that our outages are caught in a timely manner and that we can locate the outages quickly. So it's something that we're running to every single location as we're building out locations. Whether or not it actually gets used for communications at any time in the future, it's being used to monitor and improve our electric system as well. And for any individual that would be coming off of that line, if it's a local community tribal member that lives near the line, they would be able to access both the electric and the fiber communications. And our fiber communications does not just include internet, but voice over IP for telephone services as well, if that were requested of the member. But if we were to build off of this line to another private entity, we would have to get a complete another right-of-way because we only stick to the individual land types of the tribal land. And if there's a different location that we would need to service private, we would have to evaluate how we're getting to that private separately from this line.
Thank you, Ms. Larson, for your response. Honorable Simpson, did this clarify your questions that you had posed?
Yes, ma'am. As long as it's for our Navajo people, I would still be very vocal on that. I'll support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of RDC.
Honorable Simpson. And again, this is a 3-phase line that's going to be running. So again, it is for the communities of Baca and also the Rue chapters where a lot of our constituents do reside. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Honorable Otto So.
So now we're talking about fiber. This is only power. And I think that once you start adding fiber to a line, you are talking about other types of resources. And I think that once we approve this, and a fiber portion is going to be done automatically by Continental Divide. Continental Divide will be able to charge customers, whoever ties on and buys, and they'll be charging their rate. And I think that's a form of a commercial lease. We have to charge some for fiber. If it's for electricity for that pump house, that's okay. And that's just one of my concerns. And it's just like adding on, oh, approve this and waive this policy, and at the same time, we're going to do this and do that and do that. And I think that it's just getting to be too much. And I think committee members, if we can allow this to only be this right of way to be only for electrical, and maybe Ms. Khan somewhere in the legislation, it's only geared to the electric. I think that's something that we could move forth with. That way, the pump house could start moving. Because, like I said, once they put fiber on there, they're going to charge those rates, and none of those commercial. That's the commercial right away, and that's revenue. But I do hear about the water and the to get to the people. Fiber is a whole nother different ball game. Maybe if we could get members of RDC to weigh in on this, because maybe we can make it limited. So, for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto So. So I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the sponsor right now to respond to Honorable Otto So. Go ahead, you have the floor, Honorable Arvizo.
Madam Chair, siya aron da arate items kitigi delegate so the Continental Divide over on Eastern, like in the Yambato, the fiber Continental Divide is not we Patriot Wind is our internet carriers over at in that area. Continental Divide, they simply use, to my knowledge, they simply use the lines to lay when there's an outage. They locate these outage faster so they can get repairs to those parts. From my knowledge, that's all they use it for. I have not seen or heard of anyone having some type of fiber internet or anything from Continental Divide. Not to my knowledge. Sacred Wind, they have that contract over on Theru and Auto in the Dasagi Century Link Dash. And then of course we also have HughesNet. There's no internet today, but our chapters utilize Sacred Wind. So they use these fibers to basically track down where the outage is and to make repairs quicker for Sata. Over on Eastern, we'll sit for hours without these types of service. Sometimes it takes a whole day, a day and a half. I remember at some point that we had to throw food away from the senior center because they stayed out too long. And this is just to help them locate, is from what I understand. I have Sacred Wind as in a Yambato. They take care of all of a Yambato, Theru. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Arvizo, for making that response. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and give it to Ms. Khan, our legal counsel. So you do have the floor, Ms. Khan.
Thank you, Resources and Development Committee members. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, as I'm looking through the exhibits of the legislation, the legislation, if approved the way it is written, will approve the exhibit that gives the terms and conditions of the right-of-way. And I quickly looked through the exhibit. The exhibit states, Exhibit A, Navajo Nation right-of-way terms and conditions, Continental Divide Electric Cooperative Incorporated, grantee, Baca Theru Well Distribution Line with Fiber Optic Cable Project. That is what the title of the right-of-way terms and conditions states. However, on page 1, line number 3, it states, the grantee may develop and use and occupy the right-of-way for the purposes of construction, operation, and maintenance of single-phase 14.4/24.9 kV electric distribution line. The language for fiber optic cable project is not on that line. And for this reason, I'm asking Madam Chair to ask the General Land Development Department or Department of Justice as to whether this exhibit will include the fiber optic cable project without the language fiber optic cable on number 3 of Exhibit A. If you see, it's not, that language is not added right there. It's in the title, but it's not on the specific description. And so for that reason, I would ask that, Madam Chair, if you would ask General Land Development Department, Land Department, or Department of Justice as to whether an alternative exhibit A should be substituted there, or whether that the title of Exhibit A right-of-way is sufficient to include the fiber optic line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Khan, for elaborating on that. So at this time, I do believe we do have General Land Development Department present here. So the question here is in regards to the language provision that is attached here as Exhibit A to legislation 88-23, where the title of the, what title as Exhibit D has a language provision, and it's not consistent under the item letter 3 of the Exhibit A. And so right now, I'd like to go ahead and have, give the floor over, if it's okay, Ms. Khan, to General Land Development Department to elaborate on this. And also, I do understand that we have Mr. Lester Sosi, Superintendent for BIA, on the call that has information relevant to this topic as well. Would it be okay to allow him some time as well after General Land Development Department?
Madam Chair, I don't see any problem with getting information in that manner. Also, with Department of Justice could also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll go ahead and allow Department of Justice. So at this time, I'd like Mr. Chichili to have a seat here and just give us a response in terms of the legislation with this particular right-of-way request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, honorable members of RDC. My name is Stephen Chichili Jr. I am the Environmental Specialist for the General Land Development Department. I'm delegated on behalf of Ms. Etty Anderson Abasta today. So I lead initially not ordinary Coaching University. So I guess Exhibit A, it pertains to the terms and conditions, correct? The terms and conditions are added inside the 164 review by the Navajo Nation Minerals Department. So if there was a typo or miscommunication between whether or not it's supposed to be single phase or 3-phase power line, that would probably have to be pivoted to them as a response. It could just be an individual oversight issued by either Mr. Stephen Prince or Ms. Rowena Jeremiah's department. That's all I have for now. It's open to questions, I suppose.
Yeah, Mr. Chili. At this point, Mr. Lester Sosi, are you on the call with the Bureau of Indian Affairs?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so you do have the floor. So I believe that you've been listening in and what, the discussion is about in regards to this particular right-of-way that is being requested from CDEC. And again, it's the language provision in Exhibit A. So I'm most certain that BIA has been involved in this discussion when this particular initiative was being initiated. So you do have time right now, Mr. Sosi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you very much for inviting BIA to the table for discussion. Let me step back a little bit. When a right-of-way is approved, which has a lot of different requirements, as most of you know, we have specific regulatory requirements in terms of documents, clearances, and things like that. So that's normally the process that we work with when we're working with an applicant, is they develop a right-of-way application that's submitted to us for review and approval. One of the key requirements is consent under those requirements, and certainly the consent is from the landowner. So keep that in mind as I explain this next piece here. We've been in conversation and discussion with CDEC on new technology they are using for monitoring their electrical line regarding possible outage or meter reading and other maintenance-related activities. What they have implemented is the use of fiber optic to monitor the maintenance-related activities to keep their electrical line in place, operating 24/7. So one of the conversations that we've had with CDEC was that what are the possibility of this new technology being another way to offer services to clients or tribal members? Well, they indicated that under their Red Bolt broadband initiative, tribal members can also access these new fiber optic lines that will be placed on existing lines or for new rights-of-ways. So CDEC has been working with Zuni tribe on a first that I'm aware of situation where they have developed fiber optic lines to over, I think, 100 homes in Zuni, where they're offering broadband services using the fiber optic line. So that's happening now already. So when we were in conversation with CDEC, we had lots of questions on it. We also talked to the Zuni superintendent for additional information. So what we were informed of was that, yes, that fiber optic project has been initiated, and the Zuni Council has been intimately involved in all the reviews and discussions. And under their work that they've done, they did get additional consent for some of the right-of-way where these fiber optic lines are being put in place. Now, for Eastern Agency, it is true that Sacred Wind and others are out there, but this new project that they're doing at CDEC is another form of providing broadband services, which would be probably in competition with Sacred Wind and others, which in a sense is good because the prices for those monthly rates would be reduced. What I'm aware of with this Red Bull project is that they have really incredible broadband speeds up to about 500 bits per second. So they are using this new technology, but I think RDC is certainly on point in looking at the different aspects of it. We have looked at this existing rights-of-ways and we reviewed the information, and what we found was under the regulations at 25 CFR 169, it does allow for appurtenances, which means any additional equipment that could support the main purpose of the right-of-way. So for electrical distribution lines, it is consistent with the regulations where the appurtenance could be used. But then at the same time, the other provisions in the regulations allow for a service line agreement, which includes broadband. So see that was going to install these lines, let's say in general across Eastern Navajo Agency, to support their maintenance activities. It also has the opportunity for them to offer broadband services. At that point, they would then probably look at a service line agreement, which is really, a service line drop to the home. So if RDC is interested in more information, we certainly can provide that. But I just wanted to give you the context of some of the work that's happening in the Eastern Navajo Agency. Thank you.
Ashaha, thank you, Mr. Sosi, for that clarification. It does bring clarity to the question that was posed here. So with that, I'd like to request if we have legal counsel on the call from Department of Justice.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? This is Veronica Blackhat with Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Blackhat. And yes, we can hear you. So, Ms. Blackhat, we do have a situation here. So we are talking in regards to legislation number 0088-23, where there's the original legislation that was crafted, and we have Exhibit A at the very corner of this particular legislation. And this concern where the heading of this particular title, Exhibit D of Exhibit A, says Navajo Nation Right-of-Way Terms and Conditions, Continental Divide Electric Cooperative, Inc. is the grantee, and Baca Through Well Distribution Line with Fiber Optic Cable Project. Now, as you go further, there's a item number 1 and number 2. So we did have legal counsel, Ms. Khan, pose item number 3. Is there a need for an alternative exhibit that needs to be re-languaged, I believe, language provision where so the heading does not correlate with the number 3 item, where the grantee may develop, use, and occupy the right-of-way for the purpose of construction, operation, and maintenance of single phase. Then there's some numbers of electrical line distribution, where in the heading of this Exhibit A, but is as an Exhibit D on the heading of this Exhibit A, says that with fiber optic cable project. So from your point of view as legal counsel, for proper provision language, what would be Department of Justice's recommendation here? And you do have the floor, Ms. Blackhat.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I think what would be appropriate in this situation is I can work with the Minerals Department to correct the language under paragraph 3 to make sure it specifically references the fiber optic cable project as opposed to the electrical distribution line.
Yes, ma'am. One of the other concerns right now is under that same language provision, under item number 3, I understand it was a recommendation of a 3-phase, not a single phase. And that also has to be changed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So with that, Ms. Khan, does that clarify how we need to go forward with this particular exhibit?
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, as you know, the legislation is written to approve Exhibit A. That is a central portion of this resolution. As you can see, there is, if the purpose of the resolution is to approve a particular type of electric line with an addition to a fiber optic line, Exhibit A does not have that language very clearly in its text. There are two ways to take care of this situation. One is to wait for the Exhibit A to be corrected to incorporate the necessary language. And there are ways that you can do that, and that is to table it and say till the end of today, till your meeting, or for the next meeting. The other is, and this is rarely done, is to approve the legislation with the understanding that the correction will be made and get it on the record of what exactly is to be corrected. Of course, it is, in my opinion, better to have the corrected Exhibit A to be incorporated as you, and it would be there when you approve the legislation. And that is certainly my preference. It is up to the committee which way it wants to go with regard to Exhibit A, the actual terms and conditions. Madam Chair.
Yeah, Ms. Khan. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and give it to Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, just to echo Mrs. Khan's legal opinion, I would recommend that RDC table this legislation. The Division of Natural Resources are in a strategy session, so all of the department heads are currently dealing with their DNR strategy. This would give them enough time from here till the next RDC meeting to address this issue with the correct exhibit and the correct language, as Mr. Jishuli just referenced that Ms. Jeremiah from Minerals Department's office are responsible for this, and she needs to play a part in making sure that the language is actually correct on all of this documents before RDC has final approval on this legislation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi, for that clarification. So again, members of Resources and Development Committee, so in regards to legislation 88-23, the Exhibit A that was attached, we did have the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Mr. Lester Sosi, who had made some clarity on CDEC's position as why they had or will be adding the fiber optic cable project to this particular right-of-way for the distribution line. And then the other error that we found, as the sponsor had noted, is that it's not a single phase, it's actually three-phase electrical distribution line. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, the Exhibit A attached to legislation needs to be revised and accurate to with all language provisions being the same across the board. So with that, I'd like some recommendation that was made here by Ms. Khan, where we wait until Exhibit A is corrected to have the accurate language provision revised with Exhibit A, and take it to either the end of the meeting or the next meeting. But just for caution purposes, if we're going to exercise it to where we want provision or the corrected provisions to be changed and put it to the end of this meeting, Mr. Tahi did mention that Division of Natural Resources is in a strategic session right now where it requires all the department managers to be involved in their planning process for the division. So the best recommendation would be to table this legislation and bring it back to the table until the next week's RDC meeting. So case with this legislation at this point.
Madam Chair, is Delegate Simpson?
Honorable Simpson, you have the floor.
Before I make a motion to table And again, I do support this legislation to get these, to get the water distribution system going. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to table this to our next RDC meeting, which is next Wednesday, and have the correct exhibits and other documents that need to be corrected be available at our next meeting. So I'll make that motion to table, Madam Chair.
So this legislation is tabled and motioned by Honorable Danny Simpson and seconded by Vice Chair Johnson. So it will be put back on the agenda with proper language provision for the Exhibit A sponsor, Honorable Arvizo. Yeah, so I just wanted to make that note. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and take a roll call vote for tabling of legislation 0088-23. Mr. Tahi?
And Madam Chair, members of Resource and Development Committee, this is roll call vote for tabling legislation 0088-23. Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Shawna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Augusto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Augusto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, motion carries on to item letter C on the agenda, legislation number 0091-23. Oh, at this point, I'd like to go ahead first and give the gavel over to Vice Chair Johnson. I'm ready to read it.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Casey Johnson. We'll go ahead and have the legislation 0091-23 be read into record by our legislative advisor, Mr. Raditai.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of RDC, this is legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0091-23, date April 24th, 2023. Titled the resolution and action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving a Resource and Development Committee member to the Nominations Committee of the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. Purpose. This resolution, if approved, will designate a Resource and Development Committee member to serve on the National Committee Nominations Committee of the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor for this legislation is Honorable Brenda Jesus for tracking number 0091-23. In action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving a resolution as Development Committee member to the Nominations Committee of the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. Be enacted, Section 1, Authority. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has oversight authority over housing for the purpose of establishing policies and legislation appropriate to the housing needs of the Navajo Nation and its people. 2 NNC Section 500C3. Section 2, Findings. A. Pursuant to NNC Section 606A, the Navajo Nation Council provided that a nomination committee would appoint members to the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, CJA-13-17 is attached as Exhibit A. B. The nomination committee is to be composed of Navajo Nation President, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and a Resource Development Committee designee. 6 NNC Section 606A. C. The Resource Development Committee designee is an integrated part of the Nominations Committee, and it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to select the Resource Development Committee designee. Section 3, approval of resolution, Resource and Development Committee designee. A, the Resource and Development Committee hereby selects Resource and Development Committee delegate blank to serve as the Resource and Development Committee designee for the Nominations Committee for the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. B, the Resource and Development Committee designee shall serve for the duration of the term of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Attached is Exhibit A, which is the resolution of the Navajo Nation Council, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, 2017, resolution number CJA-13-17. Then you have the first report for legislation number 0091-23, sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on May 1st, 2023 at 6:04 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended May 6, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comment opposing this legislation. There was no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0091-23 read into the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tai, for reading that into record. Okay. Can I get a motion to accept item C of new business?
Make a motion.
Delegate Rick Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Clough, for the motion. We got a second by Honorable Ricky Nez. Do we have any questions, comments pertaining to the legislation 0091-23?
Yes, I believe we need to have a discussion.
Okay, Honorable Nez, you got the floor.
Believe the sponsor has 20 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Nez, and also Vice Chair Johnson. So, colleagues of Resources and Development Committee, this particular discussion came up when Resources and Development Committee had their initial strategic session after the appointments to the committee were made. And at the time, I know the recommendation was made that as a selection committee or committee as stated, I can't remember how the language was stated in this legislation, a nomination committee with Office of the President and Speaker and Resources and Development Committee. It was deemed at the time that I, as chair, would go in and be on that selection or nomination committee to the Navajo Housing Authority Board. So so I just gave the list of all the appointments or that were made when we had that strategic session. I collectively gave it to legal counsel with Office of Legislative Counsel, and this legislation came forward. So again, I was not really certain as to how to proceed forward with this, as it was mutually agreed upon that I, as chair, would be a part of this nomination committee. So again, it's just to nominate the foregoing board members or commissioners, they would call, for Navajo Housing Authority. So at this point, I'm here to, stand for any questions going forward, or with the recommendation, just go to possibly even looking at a new, or any one of the other members of Resources and Development Committee. So I just wanted to make that report to my colleagues with RDC. So I don't know if you all have any questions at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your discussion, your presentation. Take it back to the floor, Honorable RDC colleagues.
A request to speak, Delegate Nez.
Honorable Nez, you got the floor.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem Chair Otto, Delegate Jesus, for your legislation that's before us. I was on this election committee with President Jonathan Nez and Speaker Seth Damon and myself as chair from RDC. What we did was when the advertisement was done by NHA then the three of us vetted the application process, and we went with some of the most qualified according to the plan of operation. So it entails quite a bit. especially NHA. At the end, it's a good learning process, and I just want to ask if it's okay, Madam Chair, that you are nominated yourself as the chair. I don't know if you would accept or decline on it, but I think that I would rather have a chair be on the selection committee for NHA Board of Directors. That is just my question to the nominee, Pro Tem Chair.
Oh, yeah, Honorable Nez, I'll go to give it back to Madam Chair Brenda Seuss.
Honorable Nez for that recommendation. Again, I'm kind of stuck here. I'm cornered here because I'm the primary sponsor, and looking at it, I would, very much accept taking the appointment or taking the responsibility alongside President's office or even President of the Navajo Nation and Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council to appoint commissioners to Navajo Housing Authority Board, as it also relates to Resources and Development Committee having the oversight. So right now I'd like, so that would be my response, and maybe this would be a time to see how we can rectify this as being the sponsor of this legislation to our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, and how we would properly go about this. Back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Mariana Khan, the floor.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Johnson, members of the Resources and Development Committee, in the situation where Madam Chair has sponsored the legislation, and in which, at this point, the Resources and Development Committee, a member, is putting her name forward to fill in for, to represent Resources and Development Committee on this particular committee. There is no specific rule with regard to preventing Madam Chair's name from being inserted in the legislation as RDC's representative. The closest that comes to the matter at hand is Rule 21 in the Standing Committee Rules of Order. Rule 21 states that a council delegate who has a personal, family, business, monetary interest in a matter must declare as such and not participate in any proceedings concerning the matter, including debate, and shall not vote on the matter. The key components of this Rule 21 states that the delegate in this case, Madam Chair, would have to have a personal, family, or business monetary interest that would prevent her from voting on this legislation. I do not see a personal interest, family interest, or a business monetary interest in her voting on this legislation, and using that same standard with regard to her sponsoring the legislation. I don't see a conflict there. What unless from the discussion so far, hers is the only name that the Resources and Development Committee is putting forward at this point. If that is going to continue, I really see no conflict with regard to her sponsoring the legislation and with regard to the Resources and Development Committee voting to insert her name. I do not see a personal interest or family or business monetary interest in that happening. Vice Chair, that's what I have to offer on this situation.
Thank you, Mariana Khan, for addressing that. So do we have any honorable RDC colleagues on the line have any other comments or questions? Take this back to Honorable Nez. Was the response by Madam Massouz and Mariana Khan sufficient enough?
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Yes, the response is fine. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman. Go ahead and open it back up to my honorable RDC colleagues that are on the call or are here with us today. Any questions or comments? Going once, twice, times. Okay. Go ahead and proceed to vote, and we'll go ahead and have okay. Go ahead, Mr. Tai.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this legislation 0091-23 will require an amendment, as there is a blank in Section 3, the approval of the Resources Development Committee designee. So the name needs to be inserted into this by amendment, and a vote needs to be taken.
Thank you, Rodney. Okay, go ahead and need a motion to insert this amendment to legislation 0091-23. Do we have a motion?
Vice Chair, I'll make a
Vice Chair,
motion.
auto so, motion.
We got we'll go with the motion by Chairman So and Honorable Claw seconding the motion. Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments pertaining to this amendment? Once, twice. Okay, let's go to vote. Aye.
Vice Chair, Council Member of RDC, this is amendment number 1 for legislation number 0091-23, which we read into the record. The amendment reads as follows. Page 2, lines 11, insert the name of the member of the Resource and Development Committee between the word delegate and to the word to. The name chosen is Honorable Brenda Jesus. RDC members, this is a roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Shana Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shana Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green, yes.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, is that 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting? For amendment number 1.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Tai, motion carries. We'll go back to the main motion. Item C. Go ahead and can I get a motion for vote on legislation 0091-23, item C? Can I get a motion?
Vice Chair Johnson, already have a motion.
Oh, okay. We'll take it to vote.
Vice Chair Johnson, member of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0091-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Mr. Tahi, motion carries. Congratulations, Madam Chair Seuss. You are representation of our NHA. So, okay, I'll go to give the gavel back to Madam Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson for assisting me, and thank you to the members of Resources and Development Committee. Going further on to D on the agenda, legislation 0095-23. Do we have the sponsor, Honorable Herman Daniels, on the call? We do, sir. So with that, Mr. Tahi, could you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have tracking summary sheet for 0095-23, date May 3rd, 2023. An action relating to Resources Development and Budget Finance Committee, approving a change to CAP-35-18 Exhibit D for the chapter by deleting remaining funds from the chapter Solid Waste Transfer Station Project in funding year 3 and adding the funds to Housing Wire Project in year 3. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the transfer of $65,000 remaining funds from the Inception House Chapter Solid Waste Transfer Station Project as approved in CAP-35-18 to the chapter's Housing Wiring Project. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor for this legislation is Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. For tracking number 0095-23, an action relating to Resources Development and Budget and Finance Committee approving a change to CAP-35-18 Exhibit D for the in a chapter by deleting remaining funds from the chapter Solid Waste Transfer Station Project in funding year 3 and adding the funds to Housing Wire Project in year 3. In section 1 outlines the authority, in section 2 the funding, with references to exhibit 1 and an exhibit 2 and an exhibit 3. In section 3 is approval, which references to exhibit 2. In section 4 is the directive, which represents Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 3. In Section 5 is the effective date, and Section 6 is the savings clause. Attached is Exhibit 1, which is a CISA Fund Power Line and Chapter Capital Project Expenditure Plan. Exhibit 2 is the Capital Project Management Department CISA Fund Project Amendment Certification for CAP-35-18. Attached is Exhibit 3, which is the Navajo Nation Program Budget Sheet for. And you have the first report for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Interpublic Review Summary for legislation number 0095-23. The primary sponsor is Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. This legislation was posted on May 3rd, 2023 at 6:34 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended May 8th, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comment opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0095-23 read into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi, for reading the legislation into the record. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion on legislation 95-23? I do have a motion by Vice Chair Johnson and second by Honorable Nez. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions regarding legislation 95-23? Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, members of RDC, Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0095-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. With that, members of RDC, motion carries for legislation 95-23 on to item letter E on the agenda, issuance of a directive to the Navajo Department of Agriculture to hold a work session with Navajo ranchers to address and work on concerns related to tribal ranches, with an invite to the Navajo Nation Land Department, Navajo Department of Fish and Wildlife, and United States Department of the Interior of Indian Affairs, as these entities have a shared responsibility to maintain the land. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion on this directive that will be issued via memorandum? Via a letter to Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture under Division of Natural Resources. May I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson. And second by Honorable So. Members of RDC, do we, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I would need to read into the record the directive of.
Okay, you do have the floor, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, member of RDC, the directive reads as follows. Title II citation. 2, NNC Section 189B, committee directives that shall be limited to matters under such committee directive, direct oversight, and shall be approved by a simple majority vote of all committee members. All approved directives that shall be memorialized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and provided to the office of the president and the affected division directors within its 3 calendar days of the committee approval. Directed to Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture, Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources. The Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Department of Agriculture shall hold a work session with Navajo ranch lessees to discuss ranchers' concerns regarding the Navajo tribal ranches. The Navajo Department of Agriculture is to invite the Navajo Nation Land Department and the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, into the work session. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the directive read into the record. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, Resources and Development Committee members, do we have any questions or comments on this particular directive issuance?
Madam Chair, also.
Honorable So, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the directive is in order to have what is written in the directive to allow the Department of Agriculture have a conversation with the ranchers. But the other picture is that we need to sit down and look at the what was the main intent of these tribal ranches and their policies that are in place, and to actually go back to these policies and there's, I know that there is a discussion pertaining to different lease fee rates. And I think overall, we really need to have a discussion on that and have one overhaul policy to govern the ranches before new, bids are accepted. Because once it is bidded out, in a form, if it's bidded out, a request for proposal is issued, I would think, in the normal business area. But a request for proposal, as far as ranchers would say, okay, this is my proposal and things like that. But the bottom line is the has these ranches belong to the Navajo government. And it's in the Navajo Nation's name. And I think that at the bottom line is all the payments that are made pertaining to the ranches here, lease fees, they go into the coffers of the Navajo Nation revenue. Basically, it's part of the general funding list, or part of the appropriations that we appropriate for the cost for direct services and the Nendas, Nishito, so forth. But I think that we have to go back to the drawing table and look at the main intent. This is how RDC MY 08-22 that is on India. We have policies and procedures that govern these ranches. And this directive came out because of a report that came out, a report that was made to the committee, and a group indicating that we are on Navajo Ranch and this and that, whether it was fence services or whatever the nation wasn't doing. But we need to go back to all of it, to that policy, and have Department of Agriculture provide us that information so that we're all up to par. We all know what for the ranches, that policy that governs the ranches are in place, and we have to make sure that we follow those. And if it's in the nature of reducing fees, I think that's what the bottom line, the bottom thing they're trying to, it's going to is reduce the fees. We're paying too much or whatever. But I think we need to get a sound impact study on our surrounding ranches that are around Navajo, so that we can average out what the average yield price we get to lease out Navajo Nation ranches to Navajo individuals who choose to put a bid in to allow their cattle to graze on the Navajo ranches. So, I think we can move forward with this directive, but on the other side, we really have to go back to the drawing table on the ranches, because if we continue to leave it the way it is, I'll cohort it on this. This because of this, because of that. The next, there has only it I see could it Ish bahon, adoha ishman na dit lady be give chance leg halate ishman na to the nedo he had nisha. So hashet astot I see yego or next zani it egg behas ani a hadit a hadit adot anin a adot asahi zika a hot ape and we really have to look at policies pertaining to our tribal ranches, and I think the tribal ranches at one point, and I think that still that point is that to generate revenue for the Navajo Nation. It's just like the Peaks Ranch. I believe that was one of the reasons why Peaks Ranch was purchased, to generate revenue. And on his answer, he was because at one point Navajo permittees didn't want to pay. So even now, and those ranchers have policies in place which makes those ranchers pay a certain fee. But these fees here, at the end of the day, as these fees are paid to the nation at the controller's office, it it benefits the Navajo people in general. For direct services for employment and so forth. So, anyway, Madam Chair, I think that's one area that we want to have that discussion. And as policymakers of the Navajo Nation, we need to get to the root of this and get it back up to what it was really intended for. You know, or if we choose to put it out for free for all, you know, we need to make policy for that to adjust for that. So,
Honorable Aroso. Next I have in queue is Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC. Madam Chair, the purpose of this directive is for the Navajo Nation with Navajo Department of Ag, other entities, and the tribal ranchers that are leasing tribal ranches to work together and come up with maybe the policy and procedures needs to be amended. And as RDC, we're not all expertise in these areas. And I agree that maybe that out of this work session, there will be some proposed amendments to the policy and procedure tribal ranch program. So that's the intent of this whole work session. And hopefully something comes out of this one-day work session where legislation can be drafted to have RDC consider. So that's the purpose. Maybe they talk about the fees, maybe they talk about the renewal leases, maybe they talk about range assessment, anything that's associated with the issue that they're facing today, issues with the tribal ranch program from the tribal ranchers and Department of Ag or the Navajo Nation. Again, the tribal ranches, yes, it belongs to the Navajo Nation government, but the Navajo people own these ranches. They're the owners. So I support this directive, and hopefully with this work session, something comes out of it to address the issues from the Navajo ranchers and Department of Ag, and hopefully the legislation comes out of it so the RDC can consider it. Madam Chair and members of RDC, thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Simpson for that clarification. So, the purpose of this directive is to send to Department Manager Mr. Leo Watchman Jr. with Department of Ag to take some time to listen to our Navajo ranchers. And in this particular work session, the anticipated outcome at the end is to strategize with these other departments that were identified, Navajo Nation Land Department, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the BIA is a very important, component to this discussion, where there would be a legislation or provision changes to the current regulations that our Navajo ranchers work with in accordance to the regulations when they go to Department of Agriculture. So this letter will be drafted to Department of Agriculture, but at a later time, I know that when the work session was held this past Monday and Tuesday, we had Department of Agriculture personnel mention and actually cited several federal code of regulations, 166, 167, 168, and I think it's 161 or 160 as well. And those are some of the areas that, yes, as Resources and Development Committee, we need to have another in-depth, work discussion and have this dialogue of how we can actually, going forward as Resources and Development Committee, is help our people here. And what is the intent, Honorable Aroso, in regards to the tribal ranches. And we do have site visits that Mr. Tahi is going to be scheduling for RDC at the end of June. Based off of the actual visual site visits, then we could come back together maybe in July, have a work session again with Department of Ag and bring up these, regulations on tribal ranches and see how, just get a general understanding and see where we can make some of those changes as RDC and just make the process or the leasing permits a little bit more easier on our Navajo lessees out there. So eso, again, thank you for the recommendations, honorable delegates. I do really appreciate that. And, just voicing your concerns on behalf of our Navajo ranchers out there in the greater part of the Navajo Nation. So any other members of Resources and Development Committee with any comments or recommendations? Okay, Honorable Rick Nez, Shinatani, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issuance of a directive, the oversight need plenty. The ranchers, the Navajo Nation ranches itself. Wait, she began it 18th, but it's auto. So I believe we do need to have on here a date that we can approve with this work session. I heard June towards the end there, and to address the concerns related to tribal ranches. Big there's and the person who's leasing that, the lease is gonna expire soon, from my understanding. And it's good that we need to update the plan of operation and really help us understand during these work sessions what we can do to strategize to have a better, perhaps, ranching organization, and how our own people, our Navajo ranchers, can have access to it. She's don't need late. I don't know Wolf Springs Ranch, they do Boyer Ranch, Colorado, Chidolta Ranch, San El Naki. It's good that we're going to go see some of these ranch to help us fully understand. And so perhaps, Madam Chair, we can also add on here, instead of not only an issuance of a directive, but set a date, and just have Mr. Tahi. We can approve it and have Mr. Tahi find that date for us as to when we're available as RDC to go out and also have a work session. So thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Naz, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and give it over to Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, just for clarification, last week's discussion on this was to issue a directive to the Department of Agriculture and to hold a work session and invite these other entities. This is not an RDC work session. If RDC wants another work session, we can add that to RDC's agenda for RDC's approval. But this is a directive to the one entity to invite these other entities to address this concern that was raised from last week during one of the reports that was received. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that's my clarification on the directive.
Mr. Tahi. So again, members of Resources and Development Committee, recommendation here was made by honorable colleague, Mr. Rick Nez, to add a date to this issuance of a letter directing Department of Agriculture to invite Navajo Land Department and Fish and Wildlife to the table in regards to how to better service our Navajo ranchers in the greater part of the Navajo Nation. So HEA will be inclusive in the letter. Thank you for that recommendation, Honorable Nez. Is there any more comments or questions at this point, members of RDC? Going once, going twice, 3 times. So with that, Mr. Tahi, can you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving for 7. Honorable Shawna Inclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Inclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Orange. Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, with that, members, motion carries on to item letter F on the agenda, approving off Navajo Nation travel to Washington, D.C. to advocate to the Biden administration and congressional leadership on matters related to land, natural resources, and telecommunications from Monday, June the 5th to Thursday, June 8th of 2020. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion on this travel request? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Claw. Members of RDC, do we have any questions on this off-reservation travel to Washington, D.C. to advocate with some of the congressional leadership in regards to some of the issues that Resources and Development Committee has been wanting to get addressed and get our voices heard at the national level? Madam Chair, Honorable Claw, you have the floor.
Auto to those in attendance and then also online. Madam Chair, I would recommend that we get a statement available for review prior to our travel.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw. Members of RDC, the recommendation that was made by Honorable Claw is to have position statements for these areas that we will be talking to our legislators or congressional leadership in DC on. And so if we can just work closely with Mr. Carlisle Begay in regards to some of these issues, so that we could have a position statement, so that when we're going in and meeting with these important individuals that have the decision capacity, then we'll have a really good position from Navajo Nation. So that is noted, Honorable Claw. Any other members of Resources and Development Committee with any recommendations and or questions?
Madam Chair, Delegate Otto So.
Honorable Otto So, you have the floor.
Yes, one area I think that as Honorable Call alluded to pertaining to position statement or whatever the statement is, overall, I think we need to really entail our tribal programs. For instance, one area of housing. How could we try to work with community development to try to increase those numbers, because those dollars come directly from Washington. As we advocate up in Washington, we need to know what programs do we directly receive federal dollars from, because the advocacy will be directly to Congress. And and I know we have a listing that's on the agenda here, and telecommunication, also land and natural resources. I know it entails everything of what RDC oversees, but I think that we need to get some sort of a booklet out in general so that we have a something to provide to Congress. For instance, if it's telecommunication, what in telecommunication? Is it an amendment to the CFR? You know, or is it pertaining to funding? So there's different avenues when it comes to advocacy. If it's a changing of laws, changing of a CFR, that has a whole different process again, and that directs communication with the Bureau of Indian Affairs at the local level and at the national level to start up those amendments to the CFRs. But if it's a major policy change to maybe a legislation such as a public law, we have to work directly with Congress. Or if it's pertaining to the 638 contract. So there's different avenues, individuals that we need to identify who we're going to be speaking to at the time of the travel of the committee. So that's just going to be my recommendation, and I think we need to issue a letter out to all of our oversight programs. You know, what is it that they need to change in policy? You know, like I can talk about housing. That's a 638 contract that's put in place for 5 years, and you know, maybe the issue of how can we increase our numbers to better support yearly outcome of funding for CHID, the CHID program, or our natural resource police officers, because I believe they get some sort of 630 funding. Then the forestry. So I think we need to get them all listed down so that we know what decision makers we need to directly talk to. Because as we go to D.C., we know that we could get these meetings put in place, but we need the administration to really help us with the program so that we know where policy change or other advocacy, such as NAHASDA, you know, how do we work, who do we talk to pertaining to the reauthorization, and how do we, you know, so there's a lot of, I guess, working dialogue to this. So, but that's just all I ask, that we prepare for that before we get up to Washington. So, I can't now.
Yeah, Honorable Aroso. I just want to expound on what you just had mentioned. So, as chair, when I had requested and talking with our advisor here, Mr. Tahi, you know, we have some issues that really need to be addressed at the congressional level. One of them is the Chaco Canyon issue. You know, there's the 5-0 buffer position now that the Navajo Nation has stated. And of course, you know, the land withdrawal goes with that as well. Whether if it's meeting with Department of DOI again, or either now taking it a little step higher with senators and representatives, that this is the Navajo Nation's position. The other area that also is a concern is from Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency standpoint, we all know now that there's 523 abandoned uranium mines on Navajo, and 293 still remain to be funded for cleanup. So one of the positions that I felt like that we needed to take is meet with Department of Energy and Department of Interior and the United States Department of Environmental Protection Agency to really state Navajo Nation's position on the detrimental impact that this has done to our Navajo people, not just our people, but it also has that impact on our livestock and also the vegetation, land, and the groundwater. So with that, we wanted to meet on this particular issue. And then the other part is also in regards to telecommunication, you know, from the NTIA, the FCC level, there is a lot of grants that we know that is flowing out from NTIA. But the problem here is Navajo Nation hasn't been getting the rightful amount, provided that the Navajo Nation has the bigger land base. And also, you know, our population density is way higher than a lot of these smaller tribes, but a lot of money is flowing out to a lot of these smaller tribes across the United States. And then the other area is the NEPA again. How can we streamline the NEPA to where lands have been already disturbed for decades, but they still require the full NEPA? The other part is the contracting timeline. You know, the contracting timeline in reality here on Navajo Nation is right-of-way process and everything takes like about 6, 7 to 10 years. But when NTIA decides to grant us money, they want a certain timeline for the Navajo Nation to meet to do the build-out of these telecommunication infrastructure, which is not really realistic. And I believe that's where it was mentioned by Broadband Office, that's where one of the major issues is. And then also, talking about NEPA again, is it better now for Navajo Nation to seek the utility corridor? This would be a collaboration, parallel discussion with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, if we can just do a full utility corridor where adjacent to a state highway, we have the electrical, the sewer, telecommunication infrastructure lines, and what other utility that needs to be within that corridor, so that will alleviate, you know, several right-of-ways that would be requested. So so those are some of the areas that I really wanted to concentrate on. And I know that Mr. Tahi has been in discussion with our consultant, Mr. Carlisle Brigade, to set up these meetings and who we need to settle these meetings for, and also to advocate. Although the other part was preparing a really nice proposal packet, so that when we go and meet with these congressional leadership, you know, the Navajo Nation is serious. This is the impact. So if we could get executive summaries, that analytics inclusive within these packets with what we're asking, and maybe this is where we could make, you know, this strong position that this is the Navajo Nation's position, and we want to start talking if it's revising some of these regulations and whatnot. So 8A, those are some of the areas that I just wanted to bring up that is very important. And again, as our members of Resources and Development Committee, you've been, you know, at the table with a lot of these discussions. And if you could think of anything else, you know, please bring those ideas and recommendations to Rodney via email, or meet with Rodney so that we can work with Carlisle to set up these meetings and get, you know, some additional information in regards to this. So those are just some of the areas that I just wanted to just elaborate on as to why we really do need to go up to DC. So with that, do we have any other additional comments or recommendations? Going once, going twice, 3 times. So with that, Mr. Tahi, can you please take us to roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for 7F. Shauna Ankla, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Ankla votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, so how do you vote? Honorable Otto, so how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Rodney, I vote green. I'm sorry. I'm trying to press mute.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Goshi, members of Resources and Development Committee. So just, note on your calendar that we will be traveling out to DC and that, that week's, RDC meeting will eventually have to be, canceled, to a later time in the month of June. So, going back up to item number 5 on the approved agenda receiving report. Letter A, report from the Kayenta Township on their proposed regulations as it relates to telecommunications and home site leases. Presenter, Olivia Jones, manager with Kayenta Township. Olivia, are you still on? I'm here. Okay, you're here, I'm sorry. Okay, so, I'd like, okay, so Ms. Jones, you do have the floor and you do have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Olivia Jones.
Go ahead and sit over here so that, the callers on the call would be able to hear you. Thank you. So Ms. Jones is going to sit closer to the mic so that we could have, the callers on the call listen to the discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, honorable RDC members. My name is Olivia Jones. Today, we are just coming to the RDC to discuss 2 items, and they involve the Kansas Township regulation regarding home site leasing, and then for also telecommunications. To give the committee just a background, so the Kansas Township was established in 1986. It was originally a pilot project program for the purpose of local land use planning and land withdrawals, as well as for processing business and home site leases. And then in November of 1986, the Navajo Nation Council approved the withdrawal of approximately 3,600 acres of land to establish as the official boundaries for the township. And then in November of 1996, we had our first elected township commission, which also enacted the tribal pilot sales tax project, which allowed the township to maintain a consistent source of revenue for the community. And then in July of 2003, the resolution CJY 42-03 established the township as a home rule municipality. Then in 2006, the IRS formally recognized the Kansas Township as a political subdivision of the Navajo Nation under 26 U.S. Code 7871. With that, the Kansas Township has the duty, authority, and responsibility to perform all functions necessary for local self-government, consistent with all generally applicable laws and regulations of the federal government and the Navajo Nation. So with that, the Kansas Township Authority, we do collect sales tax within the Kansas Township boundaries for all businesses. We have business site leasing authority. We can approve business site leases and business licenses. We also have local land use zoning. So we have commercial and residential zoning within the boundaries. Services also include, water, electricity, and we're in charge of, ensuring that we have streets, waste management, and public buildings. Additionally, we do have an ordinance, and part of the ordinance for the Kansas Township is, again, to be a local self-sustaining government, applicable under federal and Navajo Nation laws. So we do have a myriad of authorities that fall under the Kansas Township, and currently we do not have the authority to be able to approve or process home site leasing for the residents of the Kansas Township. So that is part of our coming to the RDC, is to be able to delegate the home site leasing regulations so that the Kansas Township is able to approve those home site lease requests that come through our office, and then forwarded for final approval. So this would allow for a decentralization of this process, streamlining it, and also being able to get homeowners home site lease permits right away. All of the land within the township boundaries has already received the environmental surveys, and we have surveys that have been conducted for different areas, especially those that are zoned for residential use. So with the adoption of a home site lease regulation for the Kanta Township, we'd be able to streamline the process in a matter of months, as opposed to waiting for residents to acquire these home site leasing. And the other item that we want to discuss is for the telecommunications regulations. So at this time, again, we do have the township does have the authority to administer and manage the business site leasing under the delegation of Business Site Leasing Authority that was given to the township in 2009 by the Economic Development Committee, the predecessor to the Resources and Development Committee. And communities on tribal lands, including the Navajo Nation, have historically had limited or no access to reliable and affordable broadband service, which is known as the digital divide. So the increasing availability and the lowering of costs of the telecommunications services within the township, including the broadband and internet services, is critical to spurring economic development within the township boundaries. And we would like to bridge that digital divide for our people within the township boundaries and the businesses located within the township. Currently, the telecommunications land use authorization on the Navajo Nation, including the leases, subleases, permits, are currently processed, executed, and administered by the executive branch of the central government for all lands owned by the Navajo Nation, including the township lands. So we are asking to be, for our regulations to provide a decentralization and streamlining the authority for the township to process, execute, and administer telecommunications land use authorizations to be able to help the township continue to build our economic infrastructure and providing more services, telecommunications services to the residents of the Kanta Township. So we have two draft regulations that our lawyers have helped us draft, and this is something that we've been working on for the last few years, and unfortunately with the pandemic, everything was put on hold. And now that we're kind of on the other side, we're pushing to have these two regulations adopted or approved for the Kanta Township to have our own regulations regarding home and telecommunications. This completes my presentation.
Yeah, so Ms. Jones, for your presentation. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report from Vice Chair Johnson? And second by?
Delegate Simpson.
Second by Honorable Claw. Thank you, Honorable Simpson. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions at this point for Ms. Olivia Jones, who just had presented here in regards to proposed regulations regarding Kanta Township wanting to exercise telecommunication and home site leasing regulations within the boundaries of Kanta Township?
Madam Chair, I just have a question.
Honorable Claw.
Thank you. Ms. Jones, do you have a copy of that so that we can?
I do not have a map with me.
Question is, how many inquiries do you get regarding your home sites? Like, how many people go to your township to ask for average?
On average, I mean, we have we have about over 30 applicants right now who are on the waiting list. And we are working with engineers to try to get more availability of different plots of land out there to process more home site. But we do have, just on average, I want to say at least 2 to 3 people coming in per week requesting information.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your response to Honorable Claw in regards to a map that will depict the boundaries of Kayenta Township, and also in regards to inquiries on individuals or constituents coming in for home site leases. Any other members of our Resources and Development Committee that have any questions at this point?
Madam Chair.
Honorable Aroso.
Thank you very much. Yeah, for those to report in Ms. Jones from the township, and wanting the ability to assert the responsibility of issuing a home site lease within the township. Right now, currently there's a process, and right now the process is within the Navajo Nation. That leasing authority has been given back to the Navajo Nation. And I think that we can continue the dialogue pertaining to this matter on the home site lease matter. But I think we need to go and I know it could relook at how the business site leasing authority has been given to you guys. And we would have to make certain amendments to certain policies that are in place if this should really move forward. And I think that clearly, is there a reason, a certain reason why that, this option or to take control of the leasing authority is sought? I think that as we move forward, we need to continue to try to work with the central government to try to provide this service. And one of my concerns there is, I know that the chapter in the township has their disagreements, but overall, this pilot project, when it was approved and when these authorities, as it moved forward, the Kayenta Township here, I think overall, to the governing body of the Navajo Nation that authorized the township, I think that before we move forward to give other authorities to the township, I think that we need to hear from, I think you need to make a presentation to the council on what were the many economic benefits of going into as starting and being a Kayenta Township Commission or Kayenta Township with its commissioners. And I think that the education to the leadership is something that's very key. Although you're talking to the Resources and Development Committee, the oversight, but what I indicated is that the Navajo Nation Council gives that authority to you, and I think that for Kayenta Township to operate as is. And I think as we move forward, just to tell the story of of the progress in the township from before to now. And I think that will really, really allow that conversation of the other authorities that you want. Like, for instance, I sponsored the legislation for Yancey Township to be able to create its own wholly owned enterprise, utilizing I think it was 8A, Section 8A, and allowing Kansas Township to go into those ventures to capitalize on funding that could be generated off of that to benefit the township and its community members. And I believe that was granted and had a 2-year corridor. And once it passed, I believe we have not gotten a report back on the progress of that, nor we haven't get a request from the Township Commission to extend that. So ARGG Halik is the I think that would really help and add to your story that you're telling Resources and Development Committee. Because Resources and Development Committee has the final authority on the homesite leasing. Township so neto could eat even nash a adolescent zado adolescent yat eho because and then you have the negative impacts and so forth. But I know it's a long struggle since 1996, 86, when it was first planned and approved in the late 90s, Kansas Township. And we know it is its own government. The Navajo Nation has recognized that. But moving forward, I think that we need just some information on the lady you got through Kieta, yeah. Yes, you see the major improvements. And going to another community, it's not there. Like one thing that really catches my attention is the beautification project that happened. And it just caught my eye. Wow. This is what this community is working on. You look at the chipping projects, pavement projects that happened there by Wuthering Hill, up there against Ade. General Ade team with a dialogue with INDOT and the communication instead of working against each other. And those are the positive things that I saw in Township. And then how fast the old field center came down, and how you guys how that part was created there, and many other things that the positive things that Kansas has created there, Kansas Township has created for the community. But and I think that that story he needs to bring over to the council because and this homesite leasing authority and I will just not just green and say let's give it to them. And we need to look at the positive aspects of the community. Community members make up the community, not the township government. I thought, need the ne alien so you would have a greater community response. I like how Kayenta Township worked with Navajo Nation Land Department, where they would process like 4 or 5 home sites at a time. Where Kayenta Township got the whole art clearance for that boundary of the withdrawal, got their EA done, and got all their studies done. So when they submit their home site documents, home site lease documents, the art clearance, the T&E, Fish and Wildlife clearance, the EPA clearance, and you even go as far as helping the individuals with the land survey. And it really makes me think, so hey, this is what Kate is doing, and maybe is it the other take and that's just says that's an example. You lead by an example, and I think that the chapters will look up to you guys for that purpose and for that leadership that you guys have there. I'm not saying I'm against the township. I'm just saying that you need to really tell the story on the positive efforts and even on the negative efforts. So this Homestead Leasing Authority is pretty much with the final decision with the Resources and Development Committee. And like I said, the positive side, Township Commissioner
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto So, for bringing up some great points in regards to the that was made here by Ms. Olivia Jones. So going forward, Hashid Aban Showcase Resources and Development Committee, as we would want to go further to have Kayenta Township make a report to, and again, this would also, be questions from our honorable colleagues at the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and take it on to the NABI for a full extent report from Kayenta Township in regards to the time that Kayenta Township has been initiated to this point, maybe some of the success stories. Along with that, the map is on screen right now. And then the other concern is the chapter there within the exterior boundaries of Kayenta Township. There was a mention of impact that is being made and how the partnership or the relationship with Kayenta chapter with Kayenta Township is currently being exercised. And along with that, just giving a general education to leadership in regards to the progress of Kayenta Township to this point. So, so that's the way I've pretty much, got the report from Honorable So this is something that we would like to most likely take to NABI and work with the, legislative team on NABI agenda at a later time. So, Mr. Tahi just noted. Any other members of Resources and Development Committee on any questions for Ms. Jones here from Kayenta Township? Going once, going twice.
Madam Chair,
Honorable Claus.
I just want to add, this food for thought on so case so they speed and it comes to, dispute or probate that those are some of the issues that RDC is dealing with. I know when you come before Nabikia to ask those questions as a group and just have those available. Right now, what is your plan as far as dispute resolutions? Right now, we are working with the BIA and LM. As you sat through the discussion here today, you heard some of those challenges that were presented. So I do commend you for land use, residential and commercial. For myself, I would like to see the township thrive and prosper. It is a model program, and I think that a lot of chapters need to get to that caliber. Township has individuals with different expertise. So, you know, that's what the goal is of the Navajo Nation, is to try to get our community self-sufficient and their own planning for the community. But just to, like I said, food for thought, just to think about that. And then I do support my colleagues. Do have delegates from the region out there who are not here at the table, that they would have some solutions, also add their own input, and then also advocate for their constituents. Just wanted to add that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. That, an extensive report would be great, and I don't know if the disputes probates have been integrated in, you know, some of your methodology on how to address these issues, because again, as Honorable Claw had mentioned, these are really big issues. So that would be something that would have to be inclusive in your home site leasing regulations. So again, it is noted here that we'd like to take this to NABI and get a collective understanding of our honorable colleagues' thoughts and input on this particular initiative to get your telecommunications and home site leasing regulations that is being proposed right now and see how it goes forward. So again, members of Resources and Development Committee, do I have any additional comments or questions? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Tahi, can you please take a roll call vote on report from Kayenta Township?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for accepting report 5A. Honorable Shawna N. Claw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shawna N. Claw, Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Vice Chair Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, members. Motion carries on to, and thank you for your report, Ms. James. And you'll probably be hearing from, Mr. Tahi's office with some of his colleagues. Going on to item letter B on the agenda, 5B, report from the Utah Department of Transportation on their projects update on the Navajo Nation. We do have presenters Devin Squire, PE Professional Traffic Operations Engineer, Project Manager, and we have Kirk Thornock, our Region 4 Deputy Director, and Lynn?
Lynn is not here.
Okay. So we do have Kirk and Devin, that will be presenting here, and you do have 20 minutes, gentlemen, starting now.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to thank Honorable Curtis Yanito and Mr. Edward D. and the ANF chapter for having us out here today. And I am Devin Squire. I am engineer project manager out of Richfield, Utah, and am excited to be here today to present some of the projects that we have going on in the southern half of our state through the Navajo Nation, and that affects the people in Aneth, Mexican Hat, and Montezuma Creek. First, I just wanted to, that's not changing hands. What have I got up there? Oh, there we go. Okay. First, I wanted to talk about our mission at UDOT is to enhance the quality of life through transportation. We do that through better mobility, good health, connected communities, and a strong economy. Those are pinnacles in our efforts to help the people that we represent and serve. We have goals that, that's not changing. Give it a second there. We have different goals, strategic goals that help us reach that or accomplish that mission. We aim for 0 fatalities, to optimize mobility, and preserve infrastructure. So these projects that I'm going to present today each have a component of these strategic goals within them. Sorry, there's a little bit of a lag. This is a map of the different projects that we have going on. I have 4 projects affecting that area, and at the end of this, through 2026, all of the roads within the nation boundaries and kind of up to White Mesa area will be either new or resurfaced. So there will be a really good infrastructure out there. We're excited to be able to accomplish these projects. This is a remote area for the state of Utah, and pretty decentralized from Salt Lake City and the work that's going on up there to support the major growth that we're seeing through those areas. So this is an awesome opportunity that we have to utilize federal dollars and state dollars to really improve the roads through this area. The first project I want to talk about is not within the nation. It's up on SR 95. We are replacing the Cottonwood Wash Bridge. It recently washed out in a major storm event and is no longer suitable for traffic. We've reinforced it temporarily so that we can get traffic on there, but it needs to be replaced. And so we will be completing that. We're expecting to complete it in 2024. And don't anticipate major traffic delays. We won't be closing the bridge as we replace it. We may be doing one-way traffic through that area. But the second project I wanted to talk about was the Mexican Hat pavement rehabilitation. We're adding a new layer of asphalt for a longer life, smoother, and more durable pavement. This is a $13 million project, and it covers SR 261 and SR 163 in the state of Utah, kind of that Mexican Hat up to Bluff area. So it's a really large project. Again, it will result in a really nice road surface. Next project we've got is US 191, plus the state line. As you can see, there's going to be a lot of work in this area, so we are working hard to make sure that delays are minimal for the public that travels through there. And this project will also add another layer of pavement onto the roadway. And for our maintenance operations, we are adding a new snowplow turnaround lane at the Arizona state line. That'll help our crews safely turn around in that area and be able to maintain that road as they're plowing snow. And the biggest project that we have, and the reason that I'm here really is to bring up this energy corridor project, we're calling it, on SR 162 and SR 262. This is a $100 million project that is being funded in part by the federal government and in part by UDOT and the state of Utah. And it is in the Aneth area. SR 162 runs through Aneth, Montezuma Creek to Bluff, and 262 runs up towards White Mesa and connects into 191 on your way to Blanding. And this is a major project for us in this area, or once in a lifetime project to see this type of funding in a rural setting. So it's really, really awesome for us to be able to utilize this funding. Honorable Yanito and the ANF chapter have been great to work with as we move this project forward. We are working with the right-of-way, through the right-of-way process right now. Part of the road work requires us to realign some pretty harsh curves, which means just flatten them out, and then to cut some of the side slopes and flatten some of the big kind of drop-offs off the side of the road. And so we are looking at a right-of-way amendment, and that will be presented to this committee sometime soon. And we anticipate construction on this project stretching through 2024 and 2026. We'll work closely with the ANF chapter to avoid disruption to the Navajo Nation. My next slide just highlights kind of the different things that we're doing. I mentioned some of these. Pavement is cool to me, but I know it's not cool to a lot of people. So the other cool things that we're doing, we're developing a roundabout at Montezuma Creek, and I have a slide of that. This will realign the 162 and 262 intersection and provide a sidewalks all around and a safer walking atmosphere for the students that walk over to the community center there, just anyone that's in that area. And it will also provide a lot safer intersection because currently it's a little bit weird with the offset. We are also replacing a bridge at McKelmo Creek. And this bridge, although not like structurally critical, it washes out with any major storm that we have there, and we're always back in reinforcing the structure so that it doesn't collapse. And while we haven't ever been to that critical point of collapse, we want to get this structure taken care of so that we don't have to maintain and keep it up in the future or ever get to that point. So we'll be replacing the structure off to the side of the current structure, and then once that structure is done and in service, we'll demolish the existing structure with the new realigned roadway. So it should be fairly minimal as far as impact. And this slide just shows the drop-off, and it's really, really difficult to see, but there is quite a drop-off on the road between Aneth and Montezuma Creek into the riverbed, and so this will be greatly reduced. It will be much safer between guardrail and slope flattening. This road will be an awesome road to drive on. With that, I would open it up to any questions that the committee has.
Wires for your
report. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report? Vice Chair Johnson, motion. May I get a second?
Delegate Ricknez.
Thank you. And members of RDC, do we have any questions for the presenters here, Devin or Kirk, regarding the report that was just made here to RDC? Going once? Going twice?
Can I mention one more thing?
Ask yourself a question. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. D just reminded me about what we're doing with fiber optics. I guess that's my question. And there is a fiber optic component of this project. We utilize fiber optics as a transportation resource to collect traffic data so that we know how traffic's growing and what plans it helps us facilitate planning efforts. We also use it to message boards, keep the public informed. We have traffic cameras that are solely for viewing incidents or traffic issues that are on the road. So fiber will be run. We are also connecting, as part of that, the Annis Chapter House. Apologize, I didn't bring that up originally. My fiber presenter had to fly out early.
Okay, well, I do appreciate that addition to your presentation. So, kodosha na ani kechahot aniki dosha kodona adosh keda. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Tai, can you please take it for a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for 5B. Honorable Shawna N. Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna N. Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Squire, and also to Kirk for your report here this afternoon, and definitely we'll be looking forward to the legislation that you just had mentioned in your presentation.
Thank you so much.
With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, going on to 5C of the agenda, report from Navajo Power on the solar projects on the Navajo Nation. We do have presenter Brent Isaac, founder and executive chairman of Navajo Power. So you do have 15 minutes, Mr. Isaac. You?
Yeah, Shebra Isaac and She, Kiani and She, but just team to Ani, I'll try to make this quick, since I know we're at the last part of the day. I founded Navajo Power in 2018. I grew up in, it was good to see my relatives from Kayenta. I actually grew up in Baby Rocks, and my dad was from Shanto. And so my whole life, energy was a conversation. My relatives work up that Black Mesa, they work at Navajo Generating Station. And so for the last 2 decades, really watching what's been transpiring with the energy conversation has been kind of informing what I decided to do as a professional. Coming out of college, I worked for the community of Shanto and helped them start their enterprise network, which is now constructing a hotel with the help of the Division of Economic Development. And also worked with them on the first off-grid energy company that I made, which was called Shanto Energy. This was all 10 plus years ago. But all along the way, what kind of led up to forming Navajo Power was the need to kind of see our voices and the Navajo people reflected in energy. You know, when we talk about energy, we go and meet these people from far off places, and we have a tendency to export our power. everything that we do, it seems like we're kind of giving it away to other places instead of working on building the wealth here. And so Navajo Power is a company that really wants to change the dynamic of that. Our company is set up as a PBC, which is a public benefit corporation. With that, we have a social mission. Our social mission is to maximize community benefits. Another similar PBC is like Patagonia, the clothing retailer. They're a public benefit corporation. And then, you'll see some slides come up. Adele is running the slides for me, so she might move a little quickly. But we're a clean energy development company, so we focus on, right now it's predominantly solar and storage projects. We do have a few projects on the Navajo Nation, some in Vice Chairman Johnson's region, as well as Delegate Ricky Nez's region. Of those projects, you know, one of the things we're really hoping to do is work on developing a partnership with the communities in the nation. These conversations are really, really important and critical to our future. So what we do is we try to facilitate the development work. So we do everything from the siting to the permitting to resourcing. You know, we don't ask communities of the nation for any capital into our projects. We self-fund everything. We are a private enterprise, and we're also majority Native led. Myself, I'm the single largest shareholder in the company, but we are employee owned. So all of our employees that work for Navajo Power, you know, typically have ownership stake within the company. We also have advisors that advise us, and a lot of them are industry professionals. One example is Howard Wegner used to run SunPower, which is a large solar manufacturer that was based in California. He's advising our company on just industry insights. You know, we need to get into a lot of different rooms, and so that's what they bring. So the renewable energy potential on native lands is, you know, we've done an assessment across the nation. So Navajo Power doesn't just work in Navajo. You know, I believe in the Navajo philosophy of going out, finding really good things and bringing them back home, you know, and that's kind of what we're doing with our resourcing is we're entrepreneurs. You know, I've been building things on the nation since I got out of college. And what we need to do, or what our belief is that, you know, we need to build a robust pipeline. Right now, of all the 574 recognized tribes, we believe there's a 200 plus gigawatt opportunity in the nation right now to build energy projects, including what's on the Navajo Nation. Now, that is not all going to be built by individual tribes, or it's not even going to be built by one company. There could be collaborations built in this. We've seen an experience where Intech has gone out and really diversified itself by investing into places, but bringing the benefits back to the nation. It's the same thing we believe in as entrepreneurs on the private sector side, is we want to create a market where we can bring the expertise and particularly the jobs. One of the biggest things we export is our talent. Engineers, lawyers, attorneys, like there's very limited places for them to find work back home. This allows them to work on behalf of initiatives that are derived here, but they can live wherever they need to live for their resources. But tribal lands occupy about 5.8% of all the continental lands, but really we hold about 6.7% of the solar potential in the United States, meaning we could add that much value back to replenishing the national reserve or the national electrical grid. You know, we think 260 gigawatts is a very conservative opportunity. There's investment opportunities there, as well as just, you know, a lot of different I would call them like sub-jobs, things like, you know, the electrical services, contracting, and even things like catering, security. There's all these opportunities that come with this. But we need the arranger, we need the lead development to be reflective of our initiatives, meaning prioritizing our communities, promoting workforce development, promoting revenues back to the nation and to the communities. That's really done at the developer level. That's really where those conversations are had. And really that's why we felt the need to start Navajo Power, is to bring together that expertise to be able to arrange those deals, finance them, and then bring in all the people that are needed to complete the work. Our services, the tribal support and community engagement, we do the feasibility on project siting, we do environmental impact, and then we work on local job creation and construction and operations. You know, and again, we're Native owned and led. Of the founders, you know, there's myself, Clara Pratt is a member of the Navajo Nation, former Chief of Staff under Russell B. Gay, and also led the Washington office. Joshua Finn worked at Sun Power, he's non-native, and Daniel Rosen created a company called Mosaic, which is a solar finance company that's done about $4 billion in solar. They're one of the biggest solar lenders for companies like Solar City, Sunrun, all those residential flyers you see at Home Depot, and it's his company that usually finances the back end of those. So bringing that level of expertise together was really important because we needed to create an advantage as a developer. You know, we don't have people who have 50 years of energy experience, and I've only been out of college a decade, but we wanted to make sure that we brought together the right people who were mission aligned, and we also wanted to make sure that you know, the advantage of us was that we were focused on the indigenous communities, you know, prioritizing them first. And so currently we have a portfolio of over 3 gigawatts of solar and storage projects across the western U.S. We've been, you know, involved in 1,000 megawatts of commercial projects to date, and you know, through our team members, we've deployed over $4 billion in solar and transmission infrastructure just in our history. So that's the kind of people that we've brought together. There's a lot of people with economic development experience, myself included in that. And then I have kind of led an initiative. We did 300 off-grid solar and storage systems in the nation prior to starting Navajo Power. And, you know, we have these projects. And one of the projects that we have, Adele, if you want to go 2 slides forward. One of the larger concerns when engaging in the stakeholder side with the communities was a lot of people, especially in the former Bennett Freeze area, are witness to power being exported. They've seen these projects be built, and they watch the power lines be built over their heads. Very expensive. We know, we've seen the ARPA proposals for funding a lot of these electrical connections, and I just heard the discussions today. We created a subsidiary called Navajo Power Home, which is a residential solar as a service program. We essentially have our own loan fund that we go out and we underwrite lending to homes. So what Solar City does for residential lending, where you pay by the month, we do this for off-grid customers on Navajo. We formed the venture last year. We started in August, and about a week or 2 ago, we just crossed 100 homes. We have enough funding this year. We also were just awarded from the U.S. Department of Agriculture a renewable energy pilot program grant to support this initiative. So we're going to bring subsidized energy systems to 100 homes in the former Bennett Freeze area. We're working with Mr. Max and previously Mr. Black at the Navajo Land Commission office to identify, and we're working with those 9 chapters to identify the highest priority needs, so elders, veterans, low income, single parent households. Of that, we will have 100 units, to be at least 100. We're hoping to try to get more, to be able to provide subsidized energy. So costing will be less than $20 a month, and mainly they're paying just for the fees. We have a unique subscription service that provides operations and maintenance, as well as battery replacement and component replacement. So it's all built into the program. Hired 8 technicians. They're Navajo-led. And we just hired a general manager by the name of Jerry Williams. Jerry was a former chapter president at Lachee chapter. He worked at Salt River Project for 40 years. He was a scheduler there. He worked on all the big shutdowns and the big projects at Navajo Generating Station. We brought him in to run Navajo Power Home because of his commitment back to the community. And also it's his chance to really get to know all these places that are really remote, because when you're doing this work, you're going out to people's sheep camp and to the different areas. So Navajo Power Home, that's what they do. I serve as the chairman of that organization as well, and we do have technicians currently doing work predominantly on Western Navajo. We do have a warehouse in Flagstaff. I would love to put a warehouse on the Navajo Nation, but the last time we looked, we could not find any available ones. So something to think about is we want to partner on things like that. How can we bring industrial spaces so we can locate companies like this on the nation? Because we need to get commercial delivery of a lot of equipment. We need trucks coming in and out. And so that's part of one of our needs. Eventually, Navajo Power Home will be a customer-owned cooperative. But that's one of our projects, and that's one of the ones we're really proud of. Navajo Power, on the other hand, is a development. As a development company, we're working on a 750 megawatt solar plus storage project. The project site is located within the Coal Mine Canyon chapter, just north of the Little Colorado River. The interconnection goes across from that site to the Montgomery substation that's located in the Cameron chapter. Since 2019, we have been working with both communities. In 2020, right before the pandemic, the Coal Mine Community Chapter passed a resolution, I think it was like 30-0-1, to support our initial land withdrawal of 2,800 acres. When we fully build this project out, it'll be 4,600 acres. We're working with the land department on that particular thing. RDC is the final decision-making for energy leases on the Navajo Nation, so we expect at some point soon this summer, that's why we wanted to introduce ourselves today, that we will be approaching RDC to go over, the lease provisions. We have worked with Mr. Chischili on activating the review process, as well as getting all the necessary compliance forms. We've already done our permitting on 6,000 acres. We studied more than we needed. This area is actually located in a former uranium impacted area. So we got clearance from the EPA to reutilize areas that can't be utilized for much else because of the uranium impacts. There are clean closed sites on our location. There's also a ton that are identified but have not been remediated yet. But because of what we're doing, because of the limited construction, planning that we have, or the way that we can plan it, it's considered very safe for our operations to put solar, because we're not going to have people there 24/7. There'll be rotations. We'll also put in safety and monitoring when they're on the site, as well as dust mitigation. And this is all kind of built out with talking with the community. How can we reutilize the area that, at one time they were using it for grazing and farming, but at this point it just doesn't have the soil characteristics anymore. And so putting solar on it, we're actually kind of thinking might even give it about 30 years to rest, because we will fence it in, we'll build our product, and then we'll pull it out at the end of our duration. So we're really excited about that project. We are near, again, that conversation about the lease. The benefits from projects like this really go to land and lease payments or tax revenues. We have a unique position in that we created an equity position for tribal ownership. One of the things that, again, seating that table of who develops projects, rarely are these Fortune 500 developers comfortable in working alongside the Navajo Nation or any other tribe. They tend to want to stick to themselves because of the extended sovereignty issues, the extended risk. We made sure that we built that into our process. So we have a position for equity investment from either the tribal government, an enterprise, or a designated entity that the nation wants to take that position, invest. And they don't have to do it today. They can do it at commercial operation. So when we near, construction and actual operation of the facility, we reserve that right for the nation to participate in ownership. Part of it is because, one, we didn't want to come to the nation first and say we need money. We don't want to do that. We want to do this independently if we can. The other, though, is we also see a need for the nation to bring revenues. And so equity ownership in a big asset like this can bring 30 years of really steady revenues because of the way the power purchase agreements are arranged. So more than just taxes and leases, there will be direct payments from the sale of the energy, and then all the other benefits that are associated with that. The way that we arrange that is essentially we have Navajo Power that develops it along with, co-developers. We have an energy project that's located there. And essentially, we work with the tribe on all the feasibility of the permitting, and then we give that option that if they want to participate, they can. But we bring in long-term operations specialists, so companies that build, construct, and operate these facilities all the time. They're very specialized in nature. The other one is investors on that side as well. We bring in long-term investment. The Painted Desert project, is hundreds of millions of dollars, and a lot of times our own governments are not used to investing in that way. And so although we make it an option, it's not a requirement. Next slide. So in that co-development partnership, what we look for in co-developers, we do all the initial groundwork and all the arranging, and then our co-developer brings in the financing to finish out the activities. So whether that's completing on interconnection, transmission, and permitting, as well as abiding by what we set as tribal policy. So we kind of give them a direction on how they interact with the government and the communities that we work with. But we make our revenues as a company from working with these developers and kind of citing these projects. Next slide. So one thing that's just changed, and this is, I'll finish on this and get to questions, but the Inflation Reduction Act and a lot of federal initiatives in the last year have really changed the landscape for energy development on tribal lands. It allows for the Navajo Nation to actually get direct payments from the Treasury in place of what used to be used by investment bankers. So the investment tax credit used to only be applicable if you had a tax liability, and of course the nation doesn't. But with this new federal incentive, it now allows for more not only more investment, but also more cost savings. So we can make projects and site projects on tribal lands that could be potentially more competitive in terms of, because we're not just selling power, locally, we're competing with California, New Mexico. When you're selling on the nation, you're competing in a big regional market. And so all those projects that are going in Phoenix and LA, Tucson, wherever they may be, they impact our projects up here. And so we have to be competitive and effective. One thing I always kind of note is the nation has a very sophisticated and a very unique way of dealing with leases due to the General Leasing Act of 2015. But one of the things that started to happen is developers have started to build on our borders. The Babbitt Ranch over in near Cameron has a 400 megawatt solar project that SRP has a PPA for. Down the road from that, NextEra has a 300 megawatt solar farm. I mean, they're right off of our territory, and they're putting their projects there because of that substation that's in Cameron. So what I kind of encourage and what I want to get to a quick place on, and this is also working with President Nygren and the administration there, is we need to show that the nation is an investable place. So my request to RDC is I know the energy policy keeps coming back up and talked about, but what the outside investment world, as well as the people who buy power, need to understand about the nation is that it has a pathway to getting these projects completed, and they can be done in a time frame that you can anticipate when you're going to sell your power to market. So those are the things that we're looking for, just as a quick introduction to who we are. We're very happy to bring more. I have a bunch of team members on the call, but we have expertise from everything from transmission to investment to government relations, and we'd be more than happy to sit down, whether it's a committee or one-on-one with different delegates or your staffers, to go over the details on how these things work. Because we believe that information doesn't do any good if we're holding on to it. We need to get it out into the public so everyone understands what the opportunity is. And we're very realistic about our potential. And so, thank you for allowing me to speak today. And unless there's any questions, that's pretty much the end of it. That report we can send to you again. And if you want more information, of course, you guys have my cards down. You can ask directly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Isaac, for that presentation. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report from Mr. Brent Isaac with Navajo Power?
Claw.
Thank you, and may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, Kodo Inkitnahas. Inkitnahas Naiki Doshta Naidos Kida. They Navajo Power, Ajib Benanish Edated, Inigidi, solar projects. These are Nebekaya Ka, Kodon Linigi Hashing Sogoye, Inkitnahas Nato, Naso Nate Nijit, Nanish
the Nebo Washington, do kut ay bit hindi Mr. Ninigi. So, I'd like to, open, the floor for any questions or comments.
Madam Chair, request to speak.
Okay, it's been a long day. Go ahead, Honorable Claw, you have the floor.
Okay, I just want to thank, Mr. Isaac for coming here today to the RDC meeting. Our staff that are still here and those on the call. I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. And now that the whole nation in general is, moving forward with the energy, that, this information you give to us was, really key to understanding, the opportunities for our nation. Also, as you mentioned, are being in on the outskirts of the Navajo Nation. So, you know, it's very, I think you did your research, and I think you, RDC, we do have a member that will be representing RDC as part of the, and so I think that, haven't yet, more than likely, you're gonna go before the group that was established, and then you'll vet your project to them. Okay, thank you. Okay, and with your project, with your, that's what I wanted to add.
Honorable Claw, for showing or expressing your appreciation for Navajo Power and some of the, issues that they, or some of the recommendations you mentioned going forward that they would have to be vigilant of. So, any other members of RDC, with any questions or comments? Going once, going twice. Vice Chair Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank the Navajo Power team for being here with us today. Thank you for your report. I'm really glad you're here in person. Yes, and providing a very clear, straightforward PowerPoint presentation. As a new council delegate, you know, I support, you know, Navajo-owned businesses. And I know that my district, 3 Cameron, have shared with us that the Babbitt Ranch as well as Nextera, you know, they're already making this big move, and we need to be on board. We need to be making our own moves as Navajo. Again, I know about 10, 15 years ago there was a wind turbine project on top of Gray Mountain. I believe that was during the Shirley administration, and we lost out on that. And that wind turbine went down near Winslow and, you know, back toward Seligman in that area, and had an opportunity there. So, you know, as we really looking forward to clean energy, you know, this is, you know, that, you know, should be all on board and supporting. And, I understand that we have our own enterprises involved in the solar industry as well, but we also need to open the door for our own, you know, to push this these solar projects, energy projects. And you know, I commend you and your team for being here and all the effort you've been putting out there. And I've seen you out in the communities, all the the small, just like you mentioned, Mr. Jerry Williams out there putting, you know, the solar on communities that are off the grid. And you know, he's sent the invitation to me to join him and see what he's doing with his team. And I keep telling him, you know, I'm gonna join him and, you know, see what going. But I know he's out there on top of somebody's roof trying to, hammer down the solar panels. But it's really, the education and the presentation. And, I know you were here a couple of weeks ago during the spring session, and you did provide, a to everybody and, anybody that was wanting to listen. Again, thank you for, extending that opportunity again to bring forth to the 25th Navajo Nation Council, whether it's NABI, whether it's our legislative staff, or, not only the legislative side, but also the executive side. I just had a discussion with the neighbor the other day that we need more EV stations for tourists. Tourists are not stopping on the Navajo Nation because majority of their vehicles are EV vehicles that, we need EV stations. So this solar will be able to, provide, that power to these EV stations, whether it's a Tesla station or a 37, some number, but, this is something that if we want, to build on the tourism industry, a lot of the tourists have EV vehicles that they rent. And so this is something that, we really need to push, now in the solar industry. And if we want to, run away from our natural, resources and, more clean energy. And this is something that, needs to be something that we definitely need to consider. I just want to thank you for being here, and I thank you for our honorable RDC colleagues and our legislative advisor, for having him on the agenda today. Thank you. Well, that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Isaac, for being here, and thank you for your staff as well. Those are the Navajo Power team that's on the call. I just shared with Mr. Fred Isaac a picture that this morning the coffee mug that was that they were giving out during his presentation during the spring session. Just want to thank you for that mug. I really like that. It's an old school looking mug, the blue coffee pot mug. So maybe he has some more in his car he can share with me. All right.
Of course, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. Any other members of Resources and Development Committee with questions or comments? Going once.
Madam Chair?
Honorable Ottoso?
Yes, my question or my comments are, I think as we move forth with resources and development for this council, we need to look at how we're going to be working with other companies. And what I'm getting to is that Navajo, we have these professionals, and they learn the process, the energy market or anything business. And out of that, we want to move forward to help with build out on the nation and trying to spearhead projects, and especially with securing funds and things like that for the nation. Usually people, and I think we really need to get that, have that conversation with the president also, and the executive branch, and somewhere.
Honorable Ottoso? it appears that we've lost, Honorable Otto So off the call. So any other members of RDC with any questions or comments? Going once. I don't see Honorable Otto So being back on the call. Going twice. Oh.
You hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can hear you.
Maybe it's just a long day. Phone not. Yeah. Anyway, see there, we have this Argentine Oscar. Not Oscar, I know that no. And we have a group of individuals into Navajo Power that's trying to spearhead and try to open the door pertaining to projects on Navajo. But overall, you know, I think that's just the normal thing that Navajo goes through. And on this, then the that you know, they don't want to see people progress. And I think that somewhere our Navajo entrepreneurs need to start showcasing them and try to give them some sort of a pilot project so that maybe that's something that they could say to the nation, and we can do this. And what happens is that when, especially the if it's a Navajo entrepreneur that does this, and but the red carpet is laid out, and she road pedal the bike, so I think that Resource and Development Committee, our Navajo entrepreneurs at some point, we need to give them a chance. Because the small businesses really dictate what the market is. You know, you look at cities such as Gallup, Flagstaff, and Winslow, Holbrook, Page, Farmington. These small businesses, the backbone of that economy in that city. They make that money turn around 6-7 times there in that community before it leaves that community. And I think we need to try to get trying to find that. How can we do that? We know we have Navajo entrepreneurs that can do things. For instance, we have hotel projects that are going up, and it's no use to give it to a non-Navajo company that's going to manage it for us, or a non-Navajo company that but we really need to make sure that when do we give them a chance? Because if I had that time and effort, such as Mr. Isaac did, you have that other expertise that's part of his portfolio there. And if the nation ain't going to give them a chance, I think the Navajo Nation should just say, we're not going to give you a chance. If the Department of Economic Development or chapters don't want to give our own Navajo children that went to school a chance, tell them. That way they don't have to waste time wagging their tail to the oversight committee to try to work on partnering up with the nation for energy projects. That way, then maybe they can go work for big companies such as SRP and APS and, you know, BSNF Railway or other major companies throughout the United States. So not that. Not that could it stay higher, but you're overqualified. You can't do this. You can't do that. We can't hire you. They all but no, you're not. Oh, Corona, na kaho you lego hika. And when do we give them a chance? I really hope the administration is on the line. You know, the last administration, there was many Navajo entrepreneurs that were trying to come forth to the Navajo Nation to present projects and valuable projects that I think they could manage for us. You know, like these engineering firms, such as the engineering firm that was the Wilson and Wilson Company. We have Navajo companies that can do that. But when the last administration. And I don't know what this administration is going to do. They're going to practice the same practices. You know, a straight answer to them would be very, very, very instrumental. I hope the administration is on the line. We're not going to give our Navajo children that went to school and that's trying to invest back into the nation, trying to work on energy projects and other business projects. You might as well just say that we're not going to support you. And I really appreciate this conversation that Mr. Isaac brought. I came across this presentation many times, and he said, my gosh, he even tried to walk into the last administration's office, and to me, I thought as they just shut the door on him. And there was no support from the administration. Because the way you can tell there's no support from the administration dictates to the department. Don't do this, don't do that, don't work on this. And then that's when the program is shut down. But overall, ladies, Washington, it's on it needed or us. Energy is something, is a sector that we could create revenue from. And later, as we so we are the paper being this. Mr. Isaac, thank you for your presentation. I heard your presentation many times. And I really hope the Navajo Nation would really give you that opportunity, whether it's working directly with the administration, the office of the president, or Division of Economic Development, or even with Department of Minerals, or even other programs, Department of Justice, because, you know, I've seen, in my view, I've seen them shut the door on you. And I think that our Navajo entrepreneurs who went to school on Navajo dollars, who was willing to come back to the nation willingly and try to help the nation and grow and build the nation to be the great Navajo nation, you need to, you need the nation to support you too. Go to up in Hans, Ito, so Hans in Ada. But look at it from the common people. The leader are not on the case in the I don't let you eat that is in the for better not better cut it to the just oh. Leader is not it ego. I don't let you for that case. So I let me it's not yarning. And it comes back to the nation. How do you grow that revenue so that we can make the revenue, grow to benefit the Navajo people in general? Oh, what's up? I'm not sure. Oh, I'm told this. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto, so for your words of encouragement and recognition. Otto, any other members of Resources and Development Committee? Going once, going twice. Okay, 3 times. Take it for a roll call vote. Ty?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for 5 seats. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green via text. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fahy. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, motion carries with that report from Navajo Power. And I thank you again, Mr. Isaac, for that report. And I think the sentiment here is to get a lot more of our Navajo entrepreneurs into business. And one of the next steps that was recommended was maybe to take it forth to NABI, make a presentation there to the full members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. For being here with us this long. I know you were here this morning and finally got to you. So, Mr. Isaac. Auto Kuna E Yashanat Ani, we do have item number 6, old business. We do have none, which takes us to item number 8 on the agenda, close of meeting. Any final announcements, members of Resources and Development Committee at this time? Going once, going twice, 3 times. I would like to get a motion for adjournment. Vice Chair Johnson.
Motion to
Bushy. Vice Chair Johnson, motion, and second by Honorable Otto So. And if I could take a vote, roll call vote, Mr. Tahi.
This is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting for adjournment.
Yeah, and we do adjourn at 3:25 p.m. And thank you, everyone, for staying on the call with us this long and everyone being in attendance here. Thank you, and I wish you all a great afternoon into the evening.